the friends of the chair, the ambassadors of Census, you're all most welcome. Distinguished guests from the Ministry of Agriculture, you're all most welcome. All our dear partners today, you're very, very most welcome. We are here today for the launch of the National Livestock Census 2021. And of course, as we go through the day, we shall realize that the results are very, very important in our planning, especially in the agriculture sector and the livestock. So we are humbled that you have kept time and you are here present with us. I will invite our MC for today, Mr. Samson Kasumba, who will then take us through the rest of the program. Otherwise, once again, you're most welcome, and we want to wish you a very good day today as we have this special launch of this very, very critical and important findings, which informs, of course, our part of the greatest part of the economy, the agriculture industry or the agriculture sector. So allow me to invite MC for today. Mr. Samson Kasumba, you're welcome. Let us put our hands together for Mr. Samson Kasumba, who's going to take us through the rest of the program for today.
A very good morning. I think you would want to keep this for me, please. Yeah, with compliments from NBS. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends of mine and those of you who will become my friends from today going forward. It's a pleasure to see many of you. As it has been rumored, my name is Samson Kasumba, a very happy man. And I would encourage you to choose to be happy. Happiness has nothing to do with what is going on around you. It has everything to do with a deliberate decision you make that in spite of what is going on around you, you will be happy. A few years ago, I decided that my glass will always be half full. Although it is also true that about between 70 to 80% of the time, many people's glass is always half empty. This is largely the reason why the wealthiest work the hardest, because their glass is permanently and pensionably half full. And depending on which parts of Africa they come from in terms of a background, they work very hard because they fear that they or their children or grandchildren will live a life they lived while young. Although it is now proven by research that the life we don't want our children to live is a life that made us who we are, that our children may never be, because we insulated them from what made us, that is tested and tried. I want to ask you this morning, do your children know the things you knew at their age? Let me even paraphrase. Do your children know half the things that your father and your mother deliberately gave you that in hindsight have made you as resilient as you are? If the answer is no, chances are that when they are your age, they will never be as battle-hardened and as resilient as you are. It could be true that you haven't been as good to your children as your father was to you. I'm saying this because I don't have any sons, so I can be hard on you. Those of you who will ship some boys to my house as sons-in-law. But when they come and they are not as good as I am, I will return them to you and retrieve my daughters from a terrible situation. That's just to break the ice. The most important thing that brings us here, A, is to let you know that Mr. Rugurov is my friend, that I meet often on TV, but have never met personally. But I have huge intention of going to his house and having a proper meal at his invitation. I have already said yes to that invitation in advance. When you have time, please make the invitation. Mr. Rugurov, it's good to see you. It's also true that we will be counted, all of us, as Ugandans. But we have decided that it's important that we get to know how many animals we have. And it is now true, I was combing through, that there are quite a number of chickens in this country, even though chickens are very important in the functions of getting married, but they never get finished. We eat chicken wings and we eat chicken, but there was a lot of chicken still alive to be counted, and that's a very good thing. So we will want to know the details of the livestock census, but our eyes are definitely on the National Population and Housing Census, and I want to let many Ugandans know, and I will continue to give my platforms too, that irrespective of their religious affiliations, as a student of theology, there is nothing wrong in being counted. Although I don't know what will happen when the people counting visit homes and ask African men how many children they have. We have to deal with that dynamic. Because I hear in Africa, omusajja tebamubalira baana. Kaakati gavumenti egenda kukola etya okubala abaana b'abasajja mu ggwanga abasajja gye babalira baana. That is going to be a very interesting one, but we will find a way. I think creatively, if I were to be the officer, when I'm dealing with children, I would move the gentleman outside, leave the wife inside, and ask him, now you can tell me what the truth is. How many wives do you have, and how many children do you have? Then after that classified information conversation, you go back into the house and put the two together and finish the assignment. I'll be saying the rest when I come back. For now, I'd like you to know that I strongly believe that in the waiting period of things like this, it is important for good people, men and women, to catch up, extend conversations. If on the table where you're seated, there are people who are smart and they are quiet, leave that table for now and do some very serious networking. You will learn this. There was good advice. 2 years from today, good morning. By the way, I've also got to insist that this is not NBS Live at 9. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started. I am assuming that all of you have arrived and that you have registered yourselves. Please make that registration. If you haven't, please do. What is next on our program will be prayer. And of course, there will be anthems. Now, I am a very senior presidential advisor on the singing of national anthems, not appointed by the president, self-appointed. And I'm not asking him to do that because I'll turn down the appointment. I like to be unofficial. So on behalf of the President of the Republic of Uganda, I am asking you to stand up for the anthems. Thank you. We'll begin with the anthem of the Republic and then the anthem of the region, in that order.
O Uganda, may God uphold thee will lay our future in thy hands, united free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Dear God, in the various forms in which we worship you, understand you, and interpret you, we want to thank you that we're alive. We also want to thank you that once in a while, the very special moments of spiritual reflection, also known as fasts for the Christians and for the Muslim, have come together, reminding us that more importantly, we are human beings and we have more in common than what divides us. We have come together because from the very beginning, you gave us life and you also gave us work to do, which includes the possession and management of our livestock, and we have come to find out the extent to which as a nation we are blessed with livestock, and thereof, what can we do to multiply and increase that blessing. In a very special way, I pray a blessing on every leader here, the various postings for which you have bestowed upon them responsibility. But more than ever today, I pray for somebody who came here because they didn't feel like coming, but their job required them to come. They're going through a very special, difficult moment of their lives, and they feel like the sky is sitting on their shoulders. Lord God, lift the burden of their shoulder and give them positive energy that today in their life will be a turning point. I thank you, because we're going to have a conversation that will open our minds to things new. In your name we pray, and they all said, Amen. In my former life, I was a preacher, and I also taught biblical theology, meaning that I taught other preachers. but I questioned dogma, and they showed me the exit door. I will not say who it was, but one thing I will say that I probably live with you. That's the best thing that has ever happened to me, being shown the exit door. Why? Because life has no exits. It just depends on your interpretation of the entrance. I don't care how good a remuneration your current job has, but the world outside it is bigger and has more opportunities. Fact of life. I love my job at NBS, and I do it with a passion. But the fact of life is, outside NBS are more opportunities and better ones. I just haven't known that. That's always true. So put up your hand if you want God to change your position. Ye of little faith. The Honorable Amos Rugorobi, it's a pleasure to see you, and thank you so much for making time for us. May the Lord continue to move you up the ladder. How far it is up to the Lord, I don't know. I also want you to put your hands together, all of you, for the minister. Please put your hands together for the minister. Dr. Albert Biamugisha, who was given a very good name. I mean, if you're going to be named Biamugisha, what more better way to be named? And Doc, it's good to see you. He's the board chair, UBOS, for those of you who may not be in the know. But he's also a senior technical advisor on sustainable development goals, and he does head the SDG Secretariat at the lovely place, the OPM. Give him a very big hand clap. I'm told that those jobs are very good. Doc, is that true? Or you haven't yet known? Dr. Chris Mkiza or Mchiza, depending on where you started and how you started, whether it was kindergarten or nursery school, is the ED UBOS and is the National Chief Statistician besides that, he also is at the National Census Commission. But this is even more important, that he has just started he is starting a 5-year mandate. Although he starts it on 1st April, which is Fool's Day, he is neither a fool or there is nothing foolish about the fact that he is starting on Fool's Day. And it's not a joke, it's a fact. And there are jobs given by all sorts of people, but his is from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and we wish him very, very well. Give him a very big hand clap and make him welcome. There's a group that is going to do a very significant job in the coming days and working with important people like those of us in the media. We see ourselves as very important. After all, we live in people's living rooms permanently. But this group is important, and here is why. They are the friends of the chair, and they are here. And I will request that later on in your comments, board chair, you let us know who they are and why they are important. Friends of the chair, are you on some chair? And where are you? Put up your hands, friends of the chair. Okay. Is that the great Cassiano Wadri? Oh, it's good to see you. Good to see you. The last time I saw you, you had won an election. It's been a while. So, as I said, and I'll continue to say that, please, as we do this, remember that we've got a huge responsibility in a very important month. That is the month of May. May is a very important month because 50 years ago, a very handsome boy was born who was named Samson Kasumba. The handsome is the opinion of my mother, not the one of the public. I'd like to welcome the board chair to come and make his remarks. I beg your pardon? Oh, I bring it there. Please come and make your remarks, sir. I'll call the ED first. Please give the ED a big hand clap. If for no other reason that his suit is striped and sharp.
Thank you. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, for your wonderful prayer. I didn't know that you're a good preacher. The Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Government, in charge of planning, Amos Rugorovi. The Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, in charge of animal industry, Honorable Colonel, retired Bridewell Mirama, who is on the way. He's just said he has been called on the way, but is on the coming. The Chairman and Board of Directors of Uganda Bureau of Statistics and their board members, the friends of the chair, present, the country representative from Food and Agriculture Organization, representatives of other international agencies. I see World Bank here. I recognize you. Representatives from MDAs and local governments in Uganda. Distinguished guests in your respective capacities. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all, good morning. It gives us immense pressure as the Executive Director, first, on behalf of management and staff, to welcome you all this morning to the dissemination workshop of the National Livestock Census 2021 results. You are indeed most welcome. Today, we are glad to disseminate the findings from the census that was carried out in 2021 during COVID. Although the report has delayed, the results are still relevant. And this one gives us reason why we are moving digital. This census was conducted using paper questionnaire. It was the last undertaking that we used a paper questionnaire. And you can see the delays we have had transforming the data and what have you. We bring together key stakeholders who contribute to the production and utilization of livestock statistics, especially Minister of Finance, of Agriculture, who are seated on the other table. The National Livestock Census is among the many censuses undertaken by the Bureau. And the one we are disseminating now is in line with the World Program for the Census of Agriculture 2020 round. This census was implemented in close collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. It is the fourth livestock census conducted since 1963. The second census was conducted in 1991, but I think friends of the chair know what happened to the results, especially Dr. Ike Zake. Then the third was in 2008, and this one is the fourth. It will supplement the results that we shall get from the National Population and Housing Census that will be undertaken on May 10th, 2024. The overall objective of the National Livestock Census was to have information on the structure and organization of the livestock sector in Uganda. The report contains information on the population of the different types of livestock, i.e. cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, poultry, rabbits, and pack animals. Pack animals are these animals that help man to do work, like camels and the ones which do the plowing and so forth. And we are disaggregating them by region, sub-region, and the district. In addition, the results on milk, egg, and honey production will be published. Access to extension services, production systems, and farm equipment used. And the latter will reflect how far we have gone in mechanization of the livestock sector. The National Livestock Census 2021 is intended to provide data to government, both at national and sub-national level, researchers, academia, and other stakeholders to aid planning and decision-making process. The statistical data generated during the census will also be used for benchmarking subsequent intercensual censuses on livestock, as well as provide a sampling frame for future livestock data collection, so that we are able to understand the structure as time goes on until the next livestock census. In addition, this information will be used by Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries as a basis for evidence-based delivery of extension services to farmers in the livestock subsector, especially vaccines to fight foot and mouth disease, and so forth. The Bureau would like to thank the Government of Uganda and especially Minister of Finance for funding the National Livestock Census 2021. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We also extend our appreciation to management and staff of MAIF, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and other agencies for providing technical support and actively participating in the National Livestock Census 2021 implementation. I remember that time we were caught by COVID. When Delta came, almost every staff was in the field had a severe attack. But somehow we pulled it off and got the data. I remember some of them ran away and left questionnaires. It took us 2 years again to trace those questionnaires hidden in sub-counties. It was a difficult period, but we eventually got all the records. And here we are. In addition, Uganda Bureau of Statistics would like to thank the district local governments and especially district veterinary officers who supported the activity, especially working closely with the enumerators. And we, of course, thank the respondents who provided information on which the findings of this report are based. But we pray that the next time the respondents will be much better, because some of them were hiding their livestock. We still have that situation, Honorable Minister, where people think when we get the numbers, we are going to give data to Revenue Authority for taxing. So they don't, if they have 40 cattle, a head of cattle, they say we have 10. until when you use other means and catch them. So next time I think the nation should be told that this data is important for them, because you have heard government will definitely use this data to know how to supply vaccines and medicines and other services like water for production and what have you. We also want to thank the enumerators who graved the Delta wave and corrected the data. I don't know whether some of them are here, but in the report we have fully recognized them. In conclusion, this information that you have produced will be available to public on Uganda Bureau of Statistics website and other social media platforms. We shall also publish very few copies because now we are trying to preserve our mother nature environment. We are trying to get rid of paper as much as possible. So we encourage people to go to the website. We are going to make it much user-friendly to access this data. Thank you very much.
When we talk of getting rid of paper, we also include money. And the ED is very serious because if you searched him now, he only has cards and mobile money. And I think, Honorable Gorovi, you've been encouraging us to be paperless, isn't it? Now you hear that we are getting rid of paper. That's very good. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Wellington Besong Ojong. He is representing the country director, but he is in fact the country team leader of the Food and Agriculture Organization. And I am told he's going to make remarks, but I also, rumor has it, that they are paid in greens. I don't know what that means, but I hear it's a very good thing. Mr. Besong, please come. He has a bounce in his step. It's just the nature of the shoe, not the floor.
Thank you very much. Good point. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Wellington Besong. I'm the country team leader for the Emergency Center for Transboundary Animal Diseases at the FAO office. I'm making this remark on behalf of Antonio Querido, the country representative for FAO, who is a little bit engaged with some other activities. So he asked me to stand in for him. Thank you. The honorable ministers here present, the chairman of chairman board of directors for UBOS, the executive director of UBOS, the distinguished invitees. On behalf of the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations, and on my own behalf, I am honored to join you at this important national event of dissemination of the National Livestock Census results. Ladies and gentlemen, understanding long-term changes in livestock systems and their likely impacts on society is of paramount importance to formulate and implement policies that ensure healthy livestock systems for the future generations. The livestock sector is moving fast and has likable investment opportunities, but without accurate and reliable livestock statistics, planning cannot be done in a rational manner. We congratulate Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, and Uganda as a whole for prioritizing the livestock census, conducting it, and disseminating the results. with an expected gross domestic product growth rate of over 3% per year in the coming decades. Uganda is one of the African countries with the fastest growing economies in the world. As GDP and consumer purchasing grow, so will the demand for livestock products, including meat, milk, and eggs. In response, producers and government are expected to make significant investments in livestock farming systems and value chains. These investments will result in an increased supply of animal source foods aimed at satisfying human consumer demands. Ladies and gentlemen, FAO hosts the FAO Stat, the world's most comprehensive statistical database on food, agriculture, fisheries, and forestry, natural resource management, and nutrition. The database provides a range of information on agri-food systems, including production, food security and nutrition, food balances, and food value chain. We value the collaboration with the national statistics offices that provide part of the information on this database. With these accurate livestock results, therefore, it is expected that FAO's programming in all aspects of livestock production, environmental adaptation of production systems, marketing, and health will be evidently informed. This will contribute to the sectoral development, specifically supporting agro-industrialization program of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank the government of Uganda, especially MAIF and UBOS, for successfully conducting this census, and look forward to receiving the results, as well as planning together for best of the livestock sector in particular, and agriculture in general. Thank you very much.
There's a very interesting story about a census in the Bible. And perhaps when I get time towards the end, I may tell you that story in addition to singing a song not related to it. But for now, unless the board chair asks, but for now I'll ask the board chair before he asks to come and make his comments, and also let us know for how long has he known the friends of the chair. Mr. Chair, please get off your chair.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Kasumba Samson, our Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in charge of Planning and Statistics, Honorable Amos Rugorobi, and the Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, in charge of Animal Industry, Honorable Bright Rugwamirama, who is on the way coming, the country representative, Food and Agriculture Organization, and local development partners group who are here, plus the UN agencies, friends of the chair, representatives from ministries, departments and agencies, local governments, CSOs and academia, top management of Uganda Bureau of Statistics, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the members of the Board of Directors of Uganda Bureau of Statistics and on my own behalf, I wish to warmly welcome you all to this dissemination workshop of the National Livestock Census 2021 report. Your presence here reassures me of the importance you attach to quality statistics, to quality statistical development in Uganda for evidence-based planning, policy formulation, and decision-making. enhancing the quality of statistics majorly plays two pivotal roles. One, monitoring progress and achievement of development results, and then two, highlighting emerging policy issues and providing an objective basis for evidence-based policy, planning, accountability, and good governance. However, ensuring the availability of quality statistics necessitates the formulation and implementation of an inclusive statistical plan. Such a plan should have the following qualities. One, should be strengthening coordination, cooperation, and partnerships in the national statistical systems. Two, that plan, of course, should develop statistical capacity for quality statistics. And then thirdly, strengthen systems for data production and development, and lastly, enhancing data dissemination and use of statistics for providing statistics now and in the future. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics exemplifies this commitment through the implementation of the plan for national statistical development, which is aligned with our third National Development Plan of 21-25, which provides strategic direction for the development and maintenance of the national statistical system in Uganda. As a primary government agency responsible for the development and maintenance of the national statistical systems, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics is mandated to collaborate with key ministries, departments, and agencies, including local governments, to produce and improve the capacity and quality of statistics in this country. And as such, in planning and implementing the National Livestock Census 2021, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics worked in close collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries. And ladies and gentlemen, there have been major strides and achievements in the development of the agricultural statistics in Uganda, notably the inclusion of agriculture module in the national population and housing censuses. So far we have conducted, for example, the one of 2002, the one of 2014, and the forthcoming census of 2024, to provide sampling frames for the subsequent surveys. Secondly, conducting the annual agricultural surveys since 2017 to date that facilitates continuous monitoring and analysis of the agricultural trends. And thirdly, the execution of the National Livestock Census 2008, which was led by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries, with technical support from Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Fourthly, another area is compilation of the maiden comprehensive national food balance sheet of 2020. And then fifthly, compilation of the quarterly producer price index for agriculture. And also there is execution of the Uganda Census of Agriculture 2008 and 9, and now the National Livestock Census of 2021. And lastly, there is a planned execution of the crop census and census of agriculture, which is in alignment with the 2020 round of censuses of agriculture. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the National Livestock Census Report of 2021 serves as a foundation for policy making in agricultural planning and forecasting. Its availability not only simplifies the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of our National Development Plan 3 agro-industrialization program. You know, we have 20 programs, and one of them is agro-industrialization program, which concerns production and productivity objectives of that program. But also, the data which is going to be disseminated today, will provide benchmark for the National Development Plan for planning phase for the livestock sector, and also will inform regional and international development frameworks, including the African Agenda 2063, which says the Africa we want, and the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, particularly on SDGs, and even the Agenda 2063, goal number 2, which talks about ending hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. And then goal number 13 on climate action in the computation of the total greenhouse gas emissions. So we are happy that this report will provide us with data on those two goals, which again rhyme with the aspirations for the African Agenda 2063. So at least now we are happy we shall have data that will be represented in the current report the government is preparing, which is called Voluntary National Review Report, and Uganda is among the 44 countries out of 193 countries that will present the Voluntary National Review Report. And now the government is preparing that report, and it will be presented to the high-level political forum in July. But you can see already some of the gaps on the indicators that are going to be reported on, which were blank, are going to be filled. So we are very grateful for that one. I think we should clap for that. So in this regard, once the data are available, they should be put to optimal use by the government and her institutions and by non-state actors, the private sector, civil society sector, academia, regional and international organizations, and development partners. Going forward, what is required is to ensure that the gains are maintained and consolidated, especially the collaboration, technical capacity, that is staffing and funding. And in addition, there is a need to address outstanding methodological issues relating to administrative data, which in the medium and longer term is the cheapest source of the livestock subsector data. I wish to thank the government of Uganda for single-handedly funding the National Livestock Census 2021. And of course, you had the executive director thanking the Minister of Finance, especially our minister in charge of statistics but planning, Honorable Amos Rugorobi, when you were defending this in the cabinet to make sure government provides the money for different surveys. This was one of them, and I'm sure you must be happy now that we have data which we are going to use, not only as a government, but even others. So we don't take it for granted, Honorable Minister. We thank you. We also thank you, and clap for him. We thank him. He's a statistician, by the way. He passed through Institute of Statistics, Makerere University, and he fought, of course, for the census. We were supposed to conduct the population census last year, but we didn't have enough funds to conduct it. He has to fight very hard, presented it to cabinet, to parliament, and the government is funding almost 98% of the census we are going to conduct. Is that small? So, Honorable, we thank you so much for that. Of course, I know the struggles you have passed through in parliament, in cabinet, trying to explain why we need data, why the others didn't see any use for it, but we are very grateful as a board, and even other people, of course, who use our data. I would also like to express my gratitude to you again, cabinet, particularly you, the minister, who is in charge of statistics and planning, for giving us a second term, because you presented that to cabinet and it was debated. I myself, of course, this is my second term, plus other members, and bringing us other board members who are supporting us. And in this juncture, I want to introduce one board member who is here, Madam Irene Birungi. You can stand up for recognition. She's a board member representing the private sector, but she works under State House. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for that. But even again, being able to entrust the office of the Chief Statistician, that is our Executive Director, Dr. Chris Muchiza, for the second term. Congratulations. My gratitude also goes to the staff and management of MAIF and its agencies for providing technical support and actively participating in the livestock census of 2021 implementation. And in addition, I would like to thank the district local governments for the support provided during the census enumeration. Now, given the importance of statistics, 21st century organizations, my plea to key ministries, departments, agencies, and higher local governments is that they should look at statistics production as a core activity. So with these remarks, I wish to congratulate UBOS and MAIF for this great milestone. And in conclusion, I would like to highlight the significant census activities that were inaugurated by His Excellency, you remember, on 12th December at Kororo. And as a Bureau, and especially the Board of Directors, we must deliver a national accepted product as we promised the President and the country. And 10th May 2024, of course, cannot be delayed. Therefore, we must execute every aspect of our plan carefully to ensure the success of the National Housing and Population Census 2024. So, ladies and gentlemen, being counted matters. It is not just a statistical exercise, but a reflection of our nation's commitment to evidence-based planning and policy formulation. Let us collectively work together, making this census a resounding success for the benefit of all Ugandans. And of course, you have heard our Director of Ceremonies talking about Friends of the Year for the Chairman. There are Friends of the Year and Friends of the Chairman who are here. I want to introduce them, but of course in the interest of time, because the Minister is supposed to go to Parliament, and so of course I want to recognize by asking you to stand up for recognition. Stand up, Friends of the Chairperson. These are personalities, you can sit up, these are personalities of stronger credibility and with respective high numbers of following in the country. And they are identified from different segments of society in order to reach out the public. So we have some who have been technical. We have the former executive director, Mariam Kasaya. We have former board chairpersons like Dr. Mwangazake. We have some honorable members of parliament who were very vocal and liked data. They like data like honorable from West Nile. Then we have the former chiefs. And actually, they wanted the names of these people here. So if you don't mind, I can read the names. We have now Mr. John Mariamokasa. As you know, Mr. John Mariamokasa was the former executive director many years ago. And he formed, the first when we were starting the Bureau of Statistics, in that statistical house, of course, he was the man in charge. Then we have Mr. James Mubiru. Is James Mubiru here? Being in charge of James Mubiru, also participated quite a lot in the Bureau of Statistics. Dr. Mwangazake, he was the former chairman of the board chairman for 2 terms. Then we have Mr. Francis Mashate. He was actually in charge of the previous census. So he knows much about census and he can technically guide us on what tricks he used at their time or even challenges he faced what we can change. Then we have Professor Benny Chireja. Professor Benny Chireja was our first board chairperson. He's actually the one who developed the Act of 1998, which we are using now. So he will be joining us soon. Then we have Dr. Jonathan Musingus. Of course, you know him. He has been the director of population. This very prominent person and passionate with data Then we have Honorable Kasiano Wadiri. Honorable Kasiano, you remember him? Know him, but he's still very vigilant, and you want him to conduct, he calls it the Republic of West Nile. Is it still the Republic or it has changed? Okay. So the whole of West Nile, he will spread the gospel statistics there. Then we have Mr. Edgar Mbahamiza. He was also at the Bureau of Statistics. Edgar, he was very active in communication and whatever, and we feel we should even have the technical officers who retired, who have actually conducted two or three censuses to guide us also. Then we have Dr. Pereza Ahabwe. Dr. Honorable Pereza Ahabwe, you know him, was a former minister, state for local government, and of course he held many positions, and in Kigezi is well listened to. So when he goes to the church, or even to Radio West, you can do wonders. We trust your skills, of course, will be very useful to the same. Then Mr. David Bizimana is not here, will be joining us. And Madame Jude Obitragama, very active. You have heard of her. She has the skills of spreading the gospel data, the population. And then we have Agnes, Madame Agnes Echbobo. She was also a board member, I think, twice at the Bureau of Statistics, but at the same time, a lecturer, senior lecturer at Makerere University. And definitely, Madam, we need your expertise. And then Madam Sarah Warusimbi. Sarah Warusimbi will be joining us. She has mostly been in charge of private sector and very vocal in Uganda. So Madam Sechbobo and Sarah, we are responsible for Uganda, the whole of Uganda, including Busoko. So these are some of the friends of the chairperson and our ambassadors in that area. Now, thank you very much for listening to me, and allow me, of course, to welcome our dear Minister, Honorable Amos Lugorobi, to come and address and welcome you. Of course, I did not welcome you, but should come and address the congregation here. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Albert. The Honorable Bright Rwamirama, who is on the way, Minister of State for Agriculture in charge of livestock, the representative of the country representative, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, the chairman, UBOS, the executive director, UBOS, members of the board of UBOS, representatives of other international agencies here present, representatives from various MDAs in Uganda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. The response is very meager. Good morning once again. Oh, thank you so much. It is my pleasure to join you this morning at a landmark event which carries great significance to the agricultural sector and indeed the entire country. And before I proceed, I just want to request you to join me in appreciating His Excellency the President, because I would not be here today if he did not find it deserving. You know, you speak statistics, and there are people who bet in terms of statistics. The indicators were that the probability of survival was perhaps very minimal. but here I am, and I want to thank God for that. As we all know, Uganda Bureau of Statistics is charged with the responsibility of developing and maintenance of a national statistical system to ensure collection, analysis, and publication of integrated, relevant, reliable, and statistical information on various goals of the SDG. The report we are launching today is almost critical to all the 17 goals of the SDG. For example, he referred to two goals, but I want to argue that this statistics is important to all the goals. Just look at it. Goal number 1, help in ending poverty. You know what we are talking about in livestock. How far we can use livestock to deal with. Livestock creates very good jobs, you know, and we all know about that. Goal number 3, providing good health care. Statistics on milk, on beef, etc. That animal we see in the picture is very rich in certain minerals. Goal number 4, empowering women and girls. I think it is not number 4. Empowering women and girls. You know, that's very important. You know how many women are employed in the livestock sector, and girls, and how many people survive on this industry. Goal number 4 is sending more kids to school. Many of us could have come from this sector, and that's why we are here today speaking to you. It's because of the livestock sector. Goal number 15, increasing biodiversity. Well, you know that this industry produces a lot of organic manure, which is very critical in terms of the biodiversity we have. And there's also goal number 17, for a more sustainable future. And this speaks to the environment. The contribution of the livestock sector to the environment is immeasurable. And then in fostering innovation, goal number 8. With greater innovations in this sector, I'm sure we can get better results. There are so many products coming from this livestock sector. So the statistics which we capture in this sector therefore becomes very useful in discerning policy measures that we need to deal with all these objectives or goals which are highlighted in the SDGs. Agriculture is one of the main economic activities in Uganda, as you all know, employing about 68.1% of Uganda's population. And it contributes to 23.8% of our gross domestic product, GDP. And that is according to UBOS 2023. The livestock sector, however, contributes 4% to the agricultural GDP as of 2021-2022. And it could do better. Uganda's Vision 2040 provide development paths and strategies to operationalize Uganda's vision statement, which is a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years, as approved by Cabinet in 2007. Actually, we have so far run 3 national development plans. So we have, in other words, moved about 15 years out of the 30 years. And one of the pathways to realization of that vision, therefore, is transforming Uganda from a predominantly peasant and low-income country to a competitive upper middle income country. Uganda aspires to transform the agricultural sector from subsistence farming to commercial agriculture. And this is probably one of the pathways in delivering that goal. And this will make agriculture profitable, competitive, and sustainable to provide food and income security to all the people of Uganda. It will also create employment opportunities along the entire commodity value chain of production, processing, and marketing. Government is putting specific emphasis on promotion of aquaculture, that is fish farming and livestock farming. Uganda's National Development Plan 3 has identified agriculture as an important primary growth sector. These are the sectors that contribute to GDP significantly, GDP growth significantly. And we are saying that agriculture is one of them identified within NDP 3. And this sector could be a basis for the growth of other sectors, including manufacturing and services, and with a great potential to significantly enhance economic growth, food security, and poverty reduction efforts. And that's why the statistics in this sector is so useful in helping us to plan. And that's why a Minister for Statistics, as well as a Minister for Planning, we use these statistics for planning. And I want to plead with the Minister of Agriculture to make sure that they use this report, because it reflects on various indicators. For example, the production indicators. Who produces what? Where do we produce most pigs in Uganda? If I asked you today, would you tell us? It's in Uganda North. That's what I know. I don't know what the report says, but Uganda North produces most pigs. And some people say it is sinful to produce pigs. So if you are to look for sinners in that category, you'll find them there. But it also tells us who is keeping more birds, chicken, more exotic birds. You know, it's telling us who's producing most cattle in this country. You know, so it is giving us all this information, the distribution of these animals. So from that basis now, at the planning level, we can determine or ask ourselves a question: is livestock production good? Is it generating income? We say yes. Now, who is producing it? It's this region. So at the planning level, then we see how we equalize the distribution of these animals. The overall development strategy of the NDP3 is hinged on the need for rapid industrialization based on increased productivity and production in agriculture, while nurturing the potential of ICT, minerals, oil and gas sectors. It's very important that as we talk about production, we talk about productivity. I see various farmers who own cattle, but is feeding that animal a whole day. And in the evening, as he milks this animal, he's only getting half a liter. He's just getting a mug of milk. So the cost of producing that milk is so enormous. The productivity of that farmer is so poor. And let me hope that this report talks about the productivity of livestock in Uganda, because that will enable us to compare how well we are doing relative to other countries. In this regard, therefore, regular collection of quality and timely statistics and information is thus pivotal to decision-making, planning, budgeting, policy analysis, resource allocation, and reporting for the agricultural sector in general and the livestock subsector in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of livestock in the country's economic growth and poverty reduction is well acknowledged, despite challenges. Challenges such as the increasing demand of livestock data, lack of statistical awareness, and inadequate institutional and financial resources, to mention but a few. Even then, we all know that what cannot be measured cannot be done. So we need to be measuring what we are doing, not only in this sector, but all other sectors. So how well do we know the results of the investment that we are putting in this sector if we are not able to measure the performance? So that's why this report, therefore, is very important. It is very critical that the agricultural sector adopts data collection approaches that guarantee generation of high-quality data against which progress in attainment of the sector goals and objectives can be measured and reported on. The National Livestock Census 2021 will provide data that will be used for improving estimates of the contribution of livestock subsector to the growth domestic product of the country. Besides, the National Livestock Census data will also be used as a benchmark for improving the reliability of livestock statistics from annual surveys and administrative sources, and for assessing future livestock subsector development. In addition, it will also provide information that will be used for designing other data collection initiatives. I wish to register my appreciation to the government of Uganda for the substantial financial contribution it has made to this exercise. Let's put our hands together to appreciate the government for appreciating the importance of statistics. We don't have all the money that we need in this country. In fact, we have a real crisis when it comes to that area. But you realize that the government is committing a lot of money on the production of official statistics, and we want to appreciate them for that. I also acknowledge with gratitude the technical and professional contribution made by the staff from UBOS, MAIF, and these agencies, as well as their staff at district and sub-county levels across the country for their participation in the design of data collection tools, training, and supervision of the National Livestock Census 2021. Let's put our hands together to appreciate them. I therefore call upon all stakeholders to use the results of this census 2021. So let's make sure that these reports don't catch dust. We use them because they contain very useful statistics, as you are about to see. So with these few remarks, allow me to thank you once more for accepting to participate in this dissemination workshop. Thank you so much for your attention for God and my country.
This is just the forgotten, and of course another friend of the year, Mr. Dennis Odongo Pine is here with us. This one is a senior commissioner of police, and he will be in charge of Acholi and the Rango regions. But we have also another friend by the name of Honorable Robert Kasule Sebunya. This one is very active. He's the director of Prime Minister's Delivery Unit, and of course, he will be linking with the members of parliament and technical team who have just come. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your comments. One of the things I have noted is, and I think that's why you look 10 years younger than you probably might be, you have a secret many people haven't found. You take things that happen to you very well, and even making joke out of them, while some people might be bitter and moan about them. And I think that is a secret that keeps people very long. When things happen to you, enjoy them, joke about them, and then life does move on. The board chair said that the Friends of the Year are eminent people that are respectable and have a huge following. Then I waited for my name to be read. But as I was grumbling about the name not being read, I noticed something else that was important that came at the end. He said, with a wide knowledge in statistics. And then I recalled that at the time they were teaching mathematics at Chambogo College, I opted to improve my skills as a public speaker. And that is where statistics and myself entered into a divorce situation. The only statistics I have is computing legal tender. That one, I am very, very efficient. As public speakers, you have a very interesting situation when a lady who has just gotten engaged shows up in a room. You can't introduce her as Mrs., neither can you introduce her as Miss. But you have to make an introduction. I don't know now how to introduce Lady Irene Birungi-Mugisha as either Miss or Mrs., and I'm using this as an allusion. But I do know from my other life that she is the coordinator for the Presidential CEO Forum. I think that is still true. But I have also been told that she is a board member. I think that is also very true. But I also do know, from what I read on the day when I anchored that news, that big things are on the way, and they are not walking, they are running. Lady Irene Birungi-Mugisha, thank you so much for coming. Now that it is time for the ladies, allow me to invite Mrs. Aliziki, that's the pronunciation I was given, Aliziki Kauda Lubega. Since it is Lubega oyamba mama wange, abenga bibe banzala, that's what my mother said. It could be true or not, but that's what my mother said. She is going to come here and walk us through the presentation of the National Livestock Census 2021, at least the methodology. Is the lady around, or she has gone to take a huge breath, given the assignment? Banange mumuwenga lunga za amani. By the way, I am also fasting, and my name is Samson, but I found out 2 years ago that it is very useful to fast.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to stand on the previously observed protocol so that we can proceed. I'm going to introduce the members who are going to make this presentation. It is in 3 parts. We have Madame Flavia Oum. She's the one who is going to give us the methodology part. That is the overview of the National Livestock Census 2021. And myself, I'll present the main results. Then Madame Constance Nachiemba will present the production systems and sources of extension services. So I would like to invite Madame Flavia. Please come and make a presentation in a few minutes, then we can start. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Flavia Naigo Umo. And as already introduced, I'm presenting the overview for the National Livestock Census 2021. No? Yes. Sorry, that's my overview. I'll take you through agriculture censuses, the history of undertaking agriculture censuses in Uganda, the National Livestock Census that we undertook in 2021, how it was organized, its methodology, the preparatory activities that we undertook, the data processing, the challenges we experienced, and the reports that we should expect out of this census. What is an agriculture census? It's a statistical, large statistical operation that involves collecting data, processing it, and disseminating it. And in particular, when we were collecting the National Livestock Census, we collected data on the structure of agriculture covering the whole country. In many cases, when we talk about a census, you think about a complete enumeration. That is not so for agriculture censuses because of their nature. They involve a lot of work, and in the case of Uganda, we have 2 agriculture seasons for the case of crop, and so undertaking or covering the whole country a whole year is very expensive. And so many countries, on recommendation, are encouraged to undertake large-scale samples. And so that is what we did for the National Livestock Census. We had a large-scale sample census. The history of censuses in Uganda. Our first agriculture census was undertaken in 1963, between 1963 and 1965. 26 years later, we undertook the next National Livestock Census, for which the results, the ED, I think, told you what happened at that time, though we have some of that data. Then we undertook another National Livestock Census in 2008, and that was undertaken by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And then we undertook the one for 2021. In the middle there, in 2008 and 9, we also undertook the crop census. The census management. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics is mandated to undertake censuses and surveys. And so under the authority of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics Act, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics undertook the National Livestock Census of 2021 in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, being our main user. On top, this is how the field was managed. We had the UBOS management, then we had the field operations team, then we had supervisors at different levels. We had headquarters staff. Those headquarters staff were from UBOS, from MAIF and its agencies, and also from Makerere University. These were trained, they went to the districts, and there we also trained the district supervisor and his team. So the district production office was heavily engaged in this exercise as our district supervisors. We also had sub-county level supervisors, parish level supervisors, and then the enumerator within the enumeration area. The National Livestock Census of 2021 covered livestock. Those are animals kept in the household, including poultry, apiculture, and the companion animals. And under the companion animals, the focus was on dogs and cats. It covered the 135 districts that were present as of 2019, and we covered both the cattle corridor and the non-cattle corridor. Somehow Uganda has a cattle corridor, and this runs from Isinjiro Rakai and goes up to Karamoja. So it's like a diagonal across the country. But there are others, also there are other districts that are within the cattle corridor, but are kind of scattered away from the main cattle corridor. Our enumeration areas, rather the statistical unit, these are the units from which we collected data. Data was collected both from the household-based farms, but also we went to the large-scale and institutional farms. In organizing a census, you do have preparatory activities, and then you have the enumeration period, and then you have the post-enumeration activities. Under the preparatory activities, we had consultations with the main stakeholders, we did pre-testing, we trained, and had publicity across the country to tell the people that were actually coming to count their animals. So during the enumeration, after recruiting all the staff that were required, we undertook enumeration, and this was paper. At that time, we had not yet moved into fully digital, although we are doing it for the surveys, but for the census, we were using the paper and pen, and it was a face-to-face interview. Data was later captured in CS Pro. We analyzed it and did quality checks. And today, we are here to disseminate our results. We shall have reports, e-reports, and also we shall have tables on our website. The sample size, as I told you, this was a large-scale sample, and we had about 32,163 enumeration areas, and we're able to cover 97% of these enumeration areas. We covered, yes, the cattle corridor districts on a complete enumeration, while we had the non-cattle corridor districts were covered on a sample basis, and we had about 20% of their EAs enumerated. Sorry. Soon, we shall be seeing what some of the indicators that we have compiled or generated. We have populations, we have average herd sizes, we also have percentage changes for the different livestock types and also the households that are engaged in these enterprises. The data is presented at national level, at the regional level, that is west, east, north, south, central, and then we also have it at the sub-regional level, that is for the 14 statistical sub-regions, as you'll see. Then we also have this information at ZADI. The ZADIs are the Zonal Agricultural Research and Development Institutes. They have areas that they manage, and so data has been also, or statistics have been generated for them because they are responsible for developing and doing research for those particular areas. And then we also have data at the district level. This National Livestock Census was undertaken in May of 2021. When we had just gone into doing enumeration, we were struck with COVID, the second wave. And this was a very huge challenge on our side because it impacted our movement. But all in all, people tried as much as possible to complete their work. Many of our supervisors at the district level fell sick, and even at the headquarters. But I believe, I don't remember if anyone was reported dead. We thank God for that. We had a challenge. The other challenge we had as we implemented the National Livestock Census was the traditional beliefs. Like Kasumba was saying, some people do not believe in counting their livestock. But the beauty was that we worked with the local leaders. We called them guides. These are usually LC1 committee members, either the chairperson or the person that the chairperson will give you to work with, and these ones were able to speak to the locals. Regarding COVID, we had to observe the SOPs, not only for COVID, but also for districts where there was FMD. we had to make sure that we had sanitizer as one entered into from one farm to another. Yes, as I said, we used paper and pen, and so the data was not received on time. You know, when you use the computer-assisted personal interviews using your tablet, it's easier to send back data to the headquarters. But when you use PAPI, you have to wait until the forms are returned back. And so this was a challenge, and that delayed our data capture. In this dissemination, we shall be providing a main report. We shall also have an abridged report, just a short version of the report, and we shall also be disseminating Excel tables that are easily usable for anyone who wants to use the data. These chapters that you see on the lighter part comprise the chapters that are within the main report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm privileged to come back here. I thought we were breaking for 5 minutes for tea before we can receive the key findings. Yes, it is there, and I know people came here very early in the morning. Samson, please. If you agree to my suggestion, please. Don't forget I'm your mother.
I'm very sorry. Because I'm fasting, I thought everybody was. Now I know that we are not. And I am also sorry I didn't let you know that my boss for the session is the Director Economics Statistics. And that's no mean achievement on the African continent, where the girl child deliberately has to overcome so many things, where my daughters will be tomorrow. But because she has spoken about a tea break, we will be having a working tea break. If you can, now in Africa generally tea means every hot drink. So that includes coffee and hot chocolate and many other things for those of you who like those things that way. I think there is a serving point outside, so please pick that very quickly. Then we can come back to the rest of the bit that was left. My mom is back to guide variously. Okay. I've been told that the working tea is agreeable. Now we will move a little bit different from the way cattle move when they are going to drink. We are talking livestock census. So we will move in the order of the sizes of our salaries. You know what that means. What that means is the media will come last. So after the media has served, then service providers will come next. Good. Honorable Minister, bright Ramirama, it is a very bright day. And you've, as bright, you've just added to its brightness. And we thank you so much for coming. I always like to be in the midst of people who save a lot of time. You see, we bald-headed men save a lot of time, which we use for most of the time to think, while the rest are busy combing hair. We are busy thinking. So, Honorable Minister, thank you so much for joining us. Your colleague in cabinet has left for what he rightly called pressing matters that needed his urgent attention. But while he was here, he was very happy that he is still working in very familiar spaces. We also want to thank the God he thanked that you still have Monday assignments the same. There is a very important Monday assignment, and some people have had their Monday assignment changed. Others have their Monday assignment still in Entebbe. So the Honorable Minister, we thank God that in his wisdom, he has kept your Mondays very familiar. I'd like to call my boss. We said it will be a working tea, and we will remain with that, because now we know those disorganized by tea and those organized by it.
Thank you, Samson. I would like to continue to stand on the observed protocol to be able to make my presentation. I would like to welcome the minister who has just come in, and indeed it's a bright day for us. Mine is very simple. Technology. This technology, please could you go back to the very first? I think you'll be helping me so that I'm presenting part 2, which gives us the livestock keeping households, characteristics, and then the livestock population. Once again, I'm Alizik Kauda Lubega, the Director, Economic Statistics at Uganda Bureau of Statistics. I would like to say that this census looked at the numbers for the livestock keeping households. In Uganda, as of 2021, we had an estimated total number of households of 9.3 million households. And when you compare that to the 2008 for which results we are going to compare with the results of the 2021 National Livestock Census, that is 2008, we had a total estimated household number of 6.4 million. Of the 9.3 million households in Uganda, we have an estimated 6.8 million households according to the National Livestock Census of 2021 as keeping livestock. This is an increase which increased by 72.8% in regard to livestock keeping households in Uganda. We would like to know where the livestock keeping households are in regard to regions. We note that Busoga sub-region had the highest number of livestock keeping households, and this was about 0.8 million households who are keeping livestock at 12%. This was followed by Uganda South, which constituted about 11.9% of the livestock keeping households that are keeping livestock in Uganda. The least number of the livestock keeping households was recorded in Karamoja sub-region, that is at 3.5%, and only taking about 0.2 million households that keep livestock. Looking at the livestock household keeping household by gender and head of the household, we note that the female household in 2021, according to the National Livestock Census, there've been an increase in the female livestock keeping headed livestock keeping households. And this has been by 34.1%. That is an increase when you compare to the 26.5% that we had for the female-headed livestock households. When you look at the male-headed livestock keeping households in Uganda, according to the results in 2021, this has reduced to 65.9% male livestock keeping household head, compared to a 73.5% in 2008. Specifically, because we are looking at the girl child, we look at the female-headed livestock keeping households in Uganda by sub-region. We note that in Karamoja, out of the total households in Karamoja, 54.8% keep livestock. And this was actually the highest, and this was followed by Buganda South. The female-headed households in Buganda South, actually they are also keeping livestock, constituting 42.7%. The list was recorded in Kigezi. Kigezi constituted 23.3% of the female-headed livestock keeping households. When you look at livestock keeping households by type of livestock, we note that there have been a great increase in numbers. The households who are keeping chicken are more, according to the results of National Livestock Census 2021, and this was, it is recorded at around 4.8 million households are rearing chicken, according to the results of 2021. When you look at cattle, 2.3 million livestock keeping households are keeping cattle, according to the results of 2021 National Livestock Census. 3.3 million livestock keeping households kept goat during that year. And that is the trend when you compare to the results of 2008. We are now moving to the cattle population. As of 2021, the total cattle keeping households were estimated to be 2.3 million cattle keeping households, and this one is a 33.6% of the total livestock keeping households. When you compare with the previous census of 2008, where we had 1.7 million cattle keeping households, this was a 37% increase in the number of households that are keeping cattle. And you can see comparatively there. When you look at the cattle keeping households by breed, we try to categorize this is indigenous, then exotic, and exotic dairy, and exotic beef. We are noting that according to the results, we realized that in 2021 National Livestock Census, there was a reduction in the percentage of those keeping the indigenous breed in the households. And there was growth in percentage, that is of 17.3% of the households that are keeping exotic for dairy, and then 1.9% for the households that kept exotic for beef. Cattle keeping households and the average herd size by sub-region. We note that Busoga had the highest number of households keeping cattle, and on average they kept 3 heads of cattle. When you look at this, Karamoja sub-region had represented 5.7% of the cattle keeping households, and it had actually the highest number of cattle herd of 17 heads of cattle during that year of 2021. The national average of the cattle herd was estimated at 6 heads of cattle, that is national in Uganda. And the list, when you look at the list number, was actually observed in Erigon, where on average in Erigon region, a cattle keeping household had an average of 2 heads of cattle. Thank you. When you look at cattle population, to give you the numbers, I've been giving you the households, the cattle keeping households. Now, the total cattle population in Uganda as of 2021 was estimated at 14.5 million cattle heads in the country. This compares with the 11.4 million cattle heads as recorded in 2008. And looking at these two figures, we recorded an increase in the number of cattle heads in the country as of 2021 of 26.9%. Looking at cattle population by breed, of the 14.5 million cattle in the country, we have 11.2 million indigenous, compared to the 10.6 indigenous that we recorded in 2008, while 3.3 million were exotic, compared to a 0.7 million exotic that we recorded in 2008. And in the growth in indigenous represented a 77% in indigenous cattle, while the growth in exotic cattle in Uganda was at 23%. Also, it is important to note that during 2021, there have been a tremendous growth in the exotic for dairy. We recorded 3.0 million exotic for dairy cattle in Uganda in 2021, compared to a 0.6 cattle we recorded, that is approximately 1 million in 2008. Yes, can you continue? Cattle population by sub-region, we are looking at the overall. When you look at the cattle population, we note that Karamoja sub-region had the highest cattle population of 2.4 million, followed by Ankole of 1.8 and Buganda North of 1.6 million as of 2021. Bukedi with the 0.5 and Bunyoro as well had the least, and Chigezi lowest of 0.3 million cattle in the country according to 2021 National Livestock Census results. Looking at cattle breed, we noted that within Karamoja, 99.5% actually rare indigenous. They kept indigenous cattle, and only 0.5% reared exotic. The highest number of exotic cattle was found in Ankole as of 2021, where we had a representation of 60.3% exotic cattle in that region, and only approximately 40% of its cattle being indigenous. West Nile, we can see that there's a lot of indigenous when you move from the other side of the country. West Nile, Lango, Teso, Acholi, and Buked. And Erigon actually followed in regard to exotic cattle that were kept during that year, following Ankole, which had the highest. Where are the indigenous cattle in Uganda? We still note that these, out of the total number of 11.2 million indigenous cattle that were recorded in the country, Karamoja still had the highest number of indigenous cattle, now by breed. And this was followed by Teso with 1.2 million cattle, and the least indigenous cattle were found in Chigezi of 0.2 million, approximately, actually less than 1 million cattle. Where do we majorly find the exotic? Already indicated that Ankole had the highest exotic cattle, about 1.1 million, followed by North Buganda with around 741,000, while West Nile had the lowest of 8,000 exotic cattle. That is, of the total number of exotic cattle that we recorded of 3.3 million in Uganda. Then where do we have this milk? We've already seen that exotic is more in Ankole, and then indigenous is more in Karamoja. Where do we get the milk that is produced in Uganda? We are looking at this, and of the total milk that was estimated during 2021 National Livestock Census, we recorded 3.7 billion liters on an annual basis in that year. And Ankole had the highest contribution, that is of 32.2% to the total milk produced, followed by Uganda South with 17.9%, then Uganda North, meaning that if you put together Uganda North and South, you would actually surpass the Ankole. But I think that one is known. We have so many farms around Uganda. So if we put Uganda together, you realize that it will be more than what Ankole recorded. And the lowest was in Bukedi and Lango, and this had the lowest contribution of about 1% to the total milk production in that year of 2021. Where do we find the milked cows? You can't get milk without milking. These cows are actually also, the trend is similar. We are getting the milked cows being found majorly in Ankole. Of the total 1.9 million milked cows, Ankole represented 21.5% of the milked cows in Uganda, and Karamoja followed with 16% of the milked cows, and the least was in Bukedi of representing 1.7% of the total number of cows milked in Uganda. That is the 1.9 as of 2021 National Livestock Census. When we talk about the goat keeping, we still have to note that we have the goat keeping households. We are realizing a growth in the goat-keeping households in Uganda. We realized in 2021 census that was by 32%. The number grew from 2.5 million goat-keeping households to 3.3 million goat-keeping households in 2021. On average numbers by region and the number of goat-keeping households, Busoga had the highest number of goat-keeping households, representing 12.4%. And on average in Busoga as a region, these livestock goat-keeping households kept 3 goats on average. The highest number of goats that were kept during 2021 by the goat-keeping households were found in Karamoja. That is 18 goats were kept on average in Karamoja, which had around 4.5% representation of the total number of goat-keeping households. In actual numbers for the goat, we registered an increase of 39.4% in the goat population of Uganda. The number grew from 12.4 million goats that we recorded in 2008 to 17.4 million goats recorded in 2021. By breed, we note that actually when you look at the total number, out of the 17.4 million goats that we recorded in 2021, 16.9 were indigenous goats compared to a 12.2 indigenous goats that we recorded in 2008. And for the population of exotic goat, which was recorded at 0.5, approximately 1 million exotic goats. This compares to a less than 1 million that we had recorded in 2008. By region, we note that the Western had the highest number of goats, representing 26.3% followed by the North, 23.4%, and the list was realized in Karamoja of Thank you. Where do we find the goats? I wanted to mention that these goats are actually found in Karamoja. Yes. I would like to say that I would like as much as possible to give the details of the report. However, we need to do the launch because our minister is needed somewhere. So I'm requesting the team, please, can you bring whatever is required for us to do the launch before we can continue? Good enough, at least I've mentioned the cattle, the 14.5 million, the goat, 17.4 million. Please, members, can you move very fast? So I will continue and I'll make sure I deliver the results. Thank you.
I think that, had you finished with the pigs? Honorable Minister, it is interesting that the place where, Honorable Minister, it is interesting to look at where the most milk comes from and juxtapose that with malnutrition. It's a very interesting dynamic. Could it be true that where a lot of milking happens, also malnutrition is high. I was asking someone and he said, yes, there are communities where you don't eat food until you are 18. So, Honorable Minister, your comments, then the launch that some call raunch.
Honorable Minister of Finance, the country representative of Food and Agriculture Organization, the Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, representatives of other international agencies, representatives from the MDAs in Uganda, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, I'm greatly honored to be with you today. And with great humility, I wish to extend my appreciation to Uganda Bureau of Statistics for organizing such an important workshop. Agriculture remains one of the largest sectors in the economy, contributing close to 24% of our GDP, and employing approximately 70% of the country's working population, and also contributing to over 50% total export earnings. About 80% of our industry is agriculture-based. The agricultural annual growth rate has steadily improved in the recent years from 2.8% in year 2016 to 3.5% in the year 2021. And this should become better with increased public and private investment in agriculture. I'm suffering. If somebody can bring me something to put on this microphone. My brother, the MC, is taller than me, so I need to adjust. Anyway. The overall thrust The overall thrust of the policy and strategic direction of government is set out in the National Development Plan 3, 2020, 21, 2024, 25. Is pursued under the overall theme of sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and sustainable wealth creation. The agro-industrialization program that is led by Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries had made tremendous achievements. This is being implemented through the program approach. Agro-industrialization program is one of the key investment programs under the NDP3, which is led by the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in collaboration with other key implementing MDAs, including Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Minister of Water, Environment, and Minister of Local Government. In addition, government introduced the Parish Development Model initiative to improve service delivery. Beef and dairy are among the priority commodities for the Parish Development Model, The PDM is aligned to 5 strategic objectives of the National Development Plan 3, namely enhancement of value addition in key growth opportunities, enhancement of productivity and well-being of the population, consideration and increased in the stock and quality of productive infrastructure, among others. MAIF is leading the implementation of Pillar 1 of the parish development model, that is production, storage, value addition, processing, and marketing. The pillar aims to support the creation of employment opportunities, food security, and wealth for all Ugandans, especially the household in subsistence production system. Thus, the need for sound and reliable data in agriculture for guiding investment in the sector in crucial, the need for sound and reliable data in agriculture for guiding investment in the sector is crucial. Good reliable statistics provide us with the eyes and ears to respond to the development needs of the Ugandan population. The livestock sector is ideally placed to generate economic growth through data-driven opportunities for investment. It is the importance of relevant, accurate, and consistent, timely, and accessible data and information as strategic tool for management of the livestock sector needless be overemphasized. Investing in livestock data collection leads to evidence-based policy and decision-making and opportunities for sector investment. The importance of livestock in the country's economic growth and poverty reduction is well acknowledged, despite challenges such as increased demand of livestock data, lack of statistical awareness, and inadequate institutional and financial resources, to mention but a few. To accelerate agriculture transformation from subsistence to commercial farming, we need to implement well-designed programs that address issues identified based on robust evidence. The NLC 2021 is handy in this regard. The NLC 2021 collected information on numbers of different animal types by breeds, purpose of production, production system, milk production, farm infrastructure, machinery and equipment, source of labor used by livestock keeping households, extension services, among others. The presentation that the director was giving actually gives all this that I'm talking about. And it is important that we in the Ministry of Agriculture take note of this information, because we take a decision from an informed position, the absence of which actually makes us to gamble in investment. Sometimes effective demand is always our guiding factor. The National Livestock Census 2021 data is intended to inform government, local authorities, and other stakeholders in their planning processes. The statistical data generated during census will be used as a basis for better informed decision-making regarding the allocation of scarce resources. In particular, MAIF will, among other things, use the data to procure appropriate amounts of vaccines for control of animal diseases in specific districts, design a strategy for improved marketing of livestock and livestock products, and design appropriate strategies to improve production and productivity in the livestock sector. In addition, the census data will be used as a basis for policy making in agricultural planning, also forecasting, which is vital element in agricultural planning, will be simplified by availability of the census results. Veterinary services rely on livestock census to develop disease surveillance and control measures, as livestock population is the crucial denominator for public investment plans. Develop a comprehensive livestock and poultry sector development master plan to introduce high-yielding and fast-growing exotic breeds and/or improve the quality of existing local breeds. You have seen in the presentation that in some areas of the country, people are moving from low productivity to high productivity. And this is by moving from indigenous breeds that are not efficient to efficient animals. In recent times, we are not talking of production. We are talking of productivity because we are looking at the ratio of input and output. Distinguished participants, the population in the world is increasing and there is shortage of food and nutrition security. So if we have to move, we have to move with what is efficient. It must be guided by the resources that we anticipate in our investment. That is return on investment. Increase the proportion of livestock rising household with planted pasture, and train livestock and poultry farmers in modern livestock and poultry production and management practices and skills to mitigate the negative effects of the small household landholding sizes, the decimal proportion of livestock rising household with planted pasture. Increase the low levels of adaptation of exotic breeds and the limited utilization of hired labor coupled with increasing human population on the growth prospects of the livestock and poultry sector. Establish supporting infrastructure for livestock rearing like dams, valley tanks, boreholes, deep tanks, quarantine station, milk cooling plants, bulking center, as well as well-equipped livestock markets. The supporting livestock infrastructure should be spread across the country in proportion to the total number of livestock in a particular region or district using the livestock data generated in this census. Livestock movement routes and holding grounds should also be established based on effective demand. And I'm very happy that the National Bureau of Statistics has actually segmented this very, very, very well in their report. With these very few remarks, I want to say that I had reservations on some information, but I've shared it with the ED and my minister colleague, and I think we shall harmonize as we go along. But I'm very, very, very happy that this has come to the tail end, and I urge all Ugandans to use this report to inform their decision, particularly investment decisions. It is now my singular honor to take this opportunity to launch this report on behalf of government. And I thank you for listening to me.
The Honourable Minister is going to launch, and the ribbon will be removed, and the cut will be taped. Sorry, the tape will be cut. In 5, in 3, then the card. After the minister has launched and the pictures have been taken, the minister will sign using the signature that is not official for very obvious reasons. We will leave the one for the checks. There will be 2 pictures, one with the minister and the people who are there at the moment. Later on, we will bring in the friends of the chair, the board, and the ExCom. Okay. Wait for the lady here. She is supposed to be in the picture, and she was standing at the back, even with her height disadvantage. Now she's at the front. All right, now we'll switch to Honorable Minister. One more picture with the Friends of the Chair of Friends of the Year is what they call them. Friends of the Year, please come. The retired officer will stand at the back. He joined the force at the time when height was one of the most important things before you went to the police. Okay. Members of the ExCom and the team leader at FAO will be the next picture. Members of the ExCom, please prepare, and you will come in the picture that has the representative of the country representative of the Food and Agriculture Organization. The country representative has found a representative. All right. Finally, members of the ExCom and then the representative of the country representative of the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yeah. As you take the picture, switch off your phone so that the waves don't interrupt with the picture. The staff of the Ministry of Agriculture also want a picture with their minister who has a new mandate. The staff of the ministry, please come. How many are they? Maif. There is a section of our population that eats crocodile meat. I have not yet seen those figures of crocodiles in the country. That we will find. I think that is aquaculture. And I was told, Honorable Minister, thank you very much. So the director will come back as I see the minister off. The director will continue with her presentation as myself and a few other important people see the minister off. Maama jangu otuwe ebivudde mu kulonda mu kubala.
Thank you. I'm continuing. My list have been saved. Now I can breathe because the mic has been raised. Actually, I was bending. I thank the minister. Yes. When we were looking at where the goats were at that time in 2021, as we recorded in Uganda. And we noted that most of these goats actually, during that National Livestock Census 2021, were found in Karamoja sub-region, which constituted around 15.2%. This is a figure of 2.6 million of the national goat herd. This was followed by West Nile, constituting 11.5%, a figure of approximately 2 million goats, and then Ankole with an approximate figure of almost 2 million goats in Uganda. Buked had the list. You realize that Buked is at the margin. Sorry, it's the list here, according to the numbers. And this only had about 1 million goats in Uganda, according to the results of the census. Looking at the sheep population in Uganda, here we need to understand what these people, where are they, and who is keeping the sheep. We have the sheep keeping households. There was an increase in the sheep keeping households by 30.3%. The number grew from 572,000 to 745,000. And this is where we are getting the increase. That is the number of households who kept sheep in 2021. These households, in average, you realize that the total average for the people who kept sheep had an average flock of 6 sheep. And majorly these were found in Teso sub-region, according to our statistical regions, which represented about 15.6%. Interesting is in Karamoja, where we had the highest number of goats on average, surpassing the national average. In Karamoja, on average, we estimated a sheep-keeping household to have 16 sheep, a flock of 16. That is Karamoja. And the list here was still in Buked, where we had a representation of 2% of the sheep-keeping households in Uganda, and on average in Bukedi they kept 4 sheep. The total number of sheep in Uganda increased by 27.8% from the 3.4 million sheep that we recorded in 2008 to 4.4 million sheep recorded in 2021. Of this, if you look at by breed, of the 4.4 number of sheep that we recorded in 2021 National Livestock Census, 4.3 were indigenous breed, and only 0.1 were exotic breed. And that one compares to the original number, where we had a 3.4 million indigenous sheep in Uganda kept, compared to a 0.03 million exotic sheep. Looking at the regional sheep numbers, we find that Karamoja took the highest, that is 40.4%, and this was followed by Western, which constituted 20.6%. then northern 15.2%, eastern 13.7%, and the list was recorded in central of representing about 10.1%. Where do we find this sheep? We are saying that 40% of the sheep population in Uganda was actually found in Karamoja, and this in number, it was 1.8 million sheep. This is a flock of 1.8 million, and this is out of the total number of 4.4 million sheep that were recorded in 2021. Teso followed with 9.3%, having 0.4 million sheep. West Nile with a percentage of 9.1, having 398,000 sheep. Busoga, with regard to sheep, flock of sheep, had the least population, representing only 1.3%, and in absolute numbers, that was 55,000 sheep of the national sheep flock that we have in Uganda. The next one is where everyone has been waiting, the pig. Yes, but still I'm going to give you the people, because we must understand the numbers. We've registered an increase, actually double the number. In 2008, the number of pig keeping households were 1.1 million. This grew to 2.2 million in 2021, according to the National Livestock Census, an increase of 95.6%. Of course, you would want to see 100, because the numbers are relatively, when you are putting the denominator to the big denominator that we realized for the total number of households, then you realize that you don't have 100%, although it grew by that 100% approximately. The pig keeping households, on average, the national average for the pig, that is the herd of pig, was estimated at 3 pigs nationally. And we realized that South Uganda had the biggest representation, taking 14.2%, and on average in South Uganda, they kept 4 pigs. The least number of pigs kept were found in Karamoja, representing about 1% on average, and in Karamoja, the average sheep herd was estimated at 5 pigs. Pig population, you can see we had a growth in households, and at the same time, for those households that kept pig, at the same time we have growth in numbers of pig. We've had a growth between 2008 and 2021 pig population that has more than doubled, from 3.2 million pig in 2008 to 7.1 million pig in 2021. Looking at regional distribution, Western Uganda took the highest representation, standing at 32.3% of the pig produced in the country, reared, followed by Central, that is 32.2 almost. This is what I was saying, that when you combine South Uganda and North Uganda, you will realize that most of these numbers almost surpass what we have from the other side of Western Uganda. Eastern had took 19.7% representation, North 14.7%, and the least pig by region was found in Karamoja region, where we had 1.2% representation. Where do we find these pigs? We said Uganda, splitting to get a clear picture when we try to go down to the nearest subset. We realized that 17.2%, that is 1.2 million pigs of the national pig population in Uganda was found in South Uganda, followed by Northern Uganda, as per the graph. And this was, they are taking a portion of the total pig that we already mentioned that it is was estimated at 7.1 million pigs in the country, and Karamoja there at the bottom, taking the list. Chicken population. The chicken keeping households in Uganda have registered an increase of about 50%. Those who are rearing, according to the results of 2008, we estimated this number at 3.2 million chicken keeping households. That has grown to 4.8 million chicken keeping households as of 2021. And by breed, we note that the numbers were almost similar. When you look at the indigenous breed in 2008 and 2021, 2008 indigenous breed represented 99.2%, leaving only 1.2% exotic, of course, with the small other, compared to 98% representation during 2021 National Livestock Census as estimated. And when you look at these numbers, you realize that exotic chicken increased by 4 times from the previous number of 1.2 representation percent. The chicken keeping households and the average flock of chicken by region. We note that from the results, Busoga had the highest number of households that kept or reared chicken, and on average they kept 9 hens, for example, compared to other regions. And most interesting is in Uganda, where we have 21 on average as the number of chicken that are reared by a chicken keeping household. And then the list is found in Karamoja, that is representing 2.7%. And on average in Karamoja, we note that on average they kept 10 chicken per a chicken keeping household. Chicken population now. We registered an increase in the chicken population in the country as of 2021 by 54.5% in the total number of chicken. This number grew from the 37.4 million chicken in the country in 2008 to 57.8 million chicken as of 2021 National Livestock Census. By breed, of the total 57.8, we realized that indigenous had 40, indigenous chicken took 40.4 million out of the 57.8 million chicken in the country as of 2021. And the exotic actually had 17.4 million chicken in the country as of 2021, compared to a 4.6 chicken, exotic chicken that was recorded. So overall, we are noting that we have a very big growth in the exotic chicken that increased by more than 3 times, according to the results. Majorly, where do you find this chicken? According to the census results of 2021 National Livestock Census, Buganda South had the biggest population of 11.2 million, contributing around 19.3% of the total chicken population in the country, followed by Uganda North, and Kigezi had the lowest chicken population of about 1 million, representing about 2% of the total chicken in the country. Then where is the indigenous? We note that Busoga has the most indigenous chicken. It had a population of chicken of about 5 million, that is 4.7, contributing 11.6% to the total indigenous chicken. And this was followed by Teso with regard to indigenous chicken contribution, Buganda North, Acholi, and then the last was Kigezi, which had the least number of chicken population of about 1 million chicken, representing about 2%. Where is the exotic? Still, you note that Buganda South had the highest number of exotic stroke cross chicken population of around 80 million of the total 17.4 million total exotic chicken in the country, and this one represented about 46%. This was again followed by Uganda North, that is 34.1%, and then the least was in Karamoja, that actually represented about 0.2% exotic chicken in the country. We have other poultry other than the list of the cattle, goat, sheep, pig, chicken that I've mentioned above. And when you look at the other chicken, the ducks increased by 3 times in 2021 compared to the results of 2008. That is, we increased, these numbers were estimated at around 3.3 million ducks in the country compared to a 1.5 million ducks in the country. Then turkeys actually increased to 737,000 turkeys compared to 348,000 turkeys in the country. This is an increase also. And the population of gin fowls slightly increased to, that is 156,000 gin fowls, compared to 151 gin fowls that we recorded in 2008. Then we have the rabbit, which is the last. Of course, I did not bring the dog and the cats, but we have this information. The rabbit population in millions. In 2008, the rabbit population for Uganda was estimated at 0.4 million. We registered a growth to 2.2 million rabbits in the country. This was an increment of about 5 times, and the average litter herd or litter size for rabbit keeping households was 7 rabbits on average. Where do we find these rabbits? We realized that these were majorly found in Uganda South, representing 22.3% of the total rabbit population in Uganda. That is the 2.2 million rabbits that we recorded in 2021. This was followed by Ankole, representing 17.6%, Toro representing 12.2%, and the list was recorded in Karamoja, where we recorded about 0.1% representation of rabbit in the country. I would like to thank you for listening to me.
Another very big hand clap for that spirited presentation. Of course, we'll have a panel discussion later. Numbers are numbers, but more importantly, what do the numbers mean? Do these numbers mean that we are getting out of poverty? Or are we still keeping numbers for the sake of it? Because you can have so many cows, but the only reason you have them is for your sons to marry. Nothing beyond that. And then another question will be, is there any group realizing that you can move from this type of cow to the other type of cow and then make more money? I've also been told that some people with chickens are making more money than people with cows. But the more important conversation, I found a gentleman who was at the time was working with the United Nations. He was from the western part of this country, and he told me I was asking him what he does. He says, I keep dogs. I said, did you say dogs? I said, yes. But I knew his name. He said, yes, I know it sounds strange, but he says, I make more money from dogs than from cows. And he was from the western part of Uganda. So even though he was from the west, the dogs had taken him out of poverty in a way the cows were not about to. So it is interesting following these numbers with a critical eye. Now, I guess, Hajat, was that both the methodology and the presentation of the National Census key results? It's the last. Then we get to the pardon. So who has the key results? You have them? Or you know who has them? Okay, come and make a presentation. But first, get a very big hand clap. Just looking at you, you look like somebody who was not liked in your class because you kept leading it. Was that true?
Constance Nachemba is my name. I do stand on the existing protocol that is available. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present to you the results of the National Livestock Census on access to extension services and production systems in Uganda. As we know that access to veterinary extension services is important in improving productivity in the country, the results of the National Livestock Census indicated that 6 in every 10 livestock keeping households in Uganda had access to veterinary extension services in 2021. And that is the overall. However, in the livestock specifics, we can see that we had more cattle keeping households that accessed extension services, with 65.6% of these households reporting to have accessed extension services. And this was followed by pig keeping households, and the list was households that were keeping apiculture. And these had about 19.9%. At a regional level, we can observe that access to extension services was highest amongst households in the eastern region, with 32% of the households that kept livestock accessing extension services. And this was followed by Western region with 25.3%. And in the livestock specifics, we can see that cattle keeping households, the highest region that accessed extension service was Eastern region with 43.6%, and this was followed by the Northern region. Yet for goats, the highest region that accessed extension service was still Eastern region, followed by the Western region. For pigs, we can see that 30% of households that were keeping livestock that accessed extension service were in Central region. And also, this was followed by households in the Western region. I would proceed to where do they get the extension services from? The source. Overall, we see that 71.5% of the households in Uganda that access extension services accessed it from private vets. And And this was followed by the 20.5% that reported to have accessed it from government or district or sub-county veterinary sources. Other sources like NGOs contributed about 9.7%. Specifically for pigs, we see that they predominantly reported to have accessed extension services from private vets, and that took about 79.3%. And if we are to look at maybe apiculture, we see that most maybe they are the ones that lead in accessing extension services from government or district or sub-county veterinary sources. I will go into the production systems. Those are the methods that are usually used by farmers in raising their animals, and also they impact productivity. And we need to note that for production systems, a household can employ more than one production system in producing its livestock. So these are the results. We see that for cattle, we had about 85.4% of the households reporting to have used tethering as their production system. And the second most for cattle that was reported was 54.5%, and that was the communal grazing. So we have that percentage. Then for goat, still tethering leads with 93.6% of the households that raised goats using it as one of their production systems. And this also was followed by communal grazing with 30.6%. For sheep, the situation doesn't change. We still have tethering to be dominating. Tethering means getting your animal and you tie it on a rope, and then you take it and maybe tie it on a tree somewhere. So that is the most common. Then zero grazing means that you have them in a stall. Fenced farms, usually farmers will go and farm off a particular area. And communal grazing, you take them and you feed them as a community in open grasses that are shared. So those are the most predominant production systems our farmers use to raise their animals. We go to pigs. Most of these farmers that keep pigs, actually, they also put them on the ropes. So it was very common. And we also have an interesting number of them that reported to be using intensive production systems. And also that was 36.5, and semi-intensive was 30%. Free range was a little less reported, with about only 21.7% of the households reporting to have kept their animals using the free range system. For poultry and rabbits, the free range was most predominant. Most of the farmers that raised poultry just leave them and they go and scavenge, and they come back and they open them and the next day comes. 17.8% use semi-intensive, while only 12.8% reported to have their poultry raised using intensive methods. For rabbits, on the other hand, we have the intensive production system being dominating with 67.6% of the households that raised rabbits reporting to have used the intensive methods. And this also was followed by the semi-intensive and the free range. With the free range and semi-intensive, there wasn't a significant difference in those two. We shall go to the main type of labor that was employed by livestock keeping households. It is interesting to note that generally when we look through, most of our livestock keeping households use family labor. So I have my daughter at home. She goes and tends to the cow. So that is family labor. And 98.6% of the poultry keeping households used family labor, and only 0.8% used casual labor for poultry. For pigs, it was 97.8%, and only 1.1% used casual labor. For cattle, we can see that there was the percentage of households that use family labor is a little lower than the others, and that was 92.7%. And if we can look at the other types of labor, that is the hired and the casual, they at least employ to a tune of about 7.2%. And that's on the labor. I will go to the next one, which is the main purpose of livestock production. Why do people choose to keep animals? We see that generally over 50% of the households that kept livestock did so for subsistence purposes. And this was mainly for poultry, with 71.7% of the households keeping poultry, doing it for subsistence. So is sheep, 68.5% of the households did so, raised them for subsistence, while the 31.5% reported to have raised them for commercial purposes. Interesting is the pigs. We can see that about 48.7% of the households that keep pigs actually raise them for commercial purposes. It was leading for the livestock that is mostly raised for commercial purposes. We shall proceed to pasture planting by livestock keeping households. We asked a question of if the households planted pasture, and we asked it by specific livestock types. And overall, we found out that 14.5% of all livestock keeping households actually planted pasture for their animals. But mostly, 22.0% of cattle keeping households were planting pastures. And this was followed by rabbits. 17.9% of the livestock keeping, rabbit keeping households planted pasture, and the least was poultry. At sub-regional level, we want to find out where are the farmers who plant pasture mostly. And we can see that 21.2% of the farmers that planted pasture were in the Elgon region. And this was followed by Uganda South with 17.2% and Uganda North with 14.2%. The least households that planted pasture were in Teso with 0.5%, contributing 0.5%, Karamoja contributing 0.7%, and West Nile contributing 1.2%. households with shelter for their animals. We can see that households that keep rabbits, poultry, and sheep were the ones who mostly reported to have shelter for their animals, with 74.2% of the households that kept rabbit reporting that they had shelter. For poultry, 54.3% reported to have shelter, and yet for cattle, only 32.5% of the households that kept cattle reported to have shelter. We also asked the respondents to tell us on the average how much water their animals are being fed on. And here we have an average of daily amount of water in liters for livestock production. And we can see that the heavy consumers are the large animals, with cattle consuming 8.3 liters per day, a single cattle. Then for pack animals, a single one on average daily consumes 7.1 liters. And poultry is the least with 0.3% a liter per chicken, per poultry. And the last one is on farm infrastructure, equipment, and implements. We can see that 81.4% of livestock keeping households owned farm tools. And for manual carriers, these were 28.8%, those who owned manual carriers. Then 16.4% of the households owned feeding or watering troughs, and 11.3% owned spray pumps. But only 0.2% of the livestock keeping households owned a tractor. Thank you for listening to me.
You see, every school had bookworms. Those people who had no social life. When we were going to the sports field, they would gather 2 or 3 and discuss not what the teacher taught yesterday, but also 3 weeks ago. Then to intimidate you, they would come to the blackboard, split mathematics, and put QED, quite easily done. They solve the problem, then they go back to proving that the method was correct. It's good to be in a room where most of those people are. But the beautiful thing about life is that those of us they intimidated have got to be here and be their MCs. So the world has space for everybody. We all need each other. So the bookworm, this is a meeting of the bookworms and the shoshoworms. It is time for our panel discussion and then the plenary thereof. I'll ask my staff to bring my laptop. Neyagalidde mu nsi muno. Please, my personal assistant, bring that stuff. We've got to work. For a moment, I have hired somebody as my personal assistant. I'll take a picture with him, and then he can go to his village over Easter and brag. that he was with Samson Kasumba, the man. Let me constitute my panel. First and foremost, we do have Dr. Anna Rose Okrut. She's the Acting Director, Animal Resources and Commissioner, Animal Health, a veterinary doctor who has a master's in tropical veterinary science and a PhD in foot and mouth disease. That's good to hear, that we have a PhD in foot and mouth disease. One day I'll ask you why that crops up towards the beginning of school terms. Where is the connection? Doc will be... Okay. Your table should, yes, Doc. Your table should have something like this. If you have a proper phone, scan the code and then go through the exercise that code will reveal. Just place your phone in picture mode and then place your phone towards this. The phone will do the rest of the work. If you open the camera and you place this in your phone and it does nothing, after this, we break off after the events, see me immediately. John Ilko is an economist in the Development Data Group of the World Bank, not bank, but bank. He is a member of the Living Standards Measurement Study Team and is based here in Kampala, Uganda. And as a member of the LSMS team, he is involved in design, implementation, and analysis of complex household surveys in Malawi and Uganda. And 50% of his time is devoted to the SPIA work program to develop, validate, and scale up institutionalizing objective methods for data survey and collection on agricultural technologies. That's just 0.2% of his CV. And I don't want to spend the rest of the time on it, but I'm happy to give you more on that later on in the program. John, it's good to see you again. Walking like a man paid by the World Bank. Dr. Emily Ouma is a senior scientist in policies, institutions, and livelihood programs at the International Livestock Research Institute. She does hold, she leads the work page on livestock-derived foods as part of diverse diets of the one OCGIAR Research Institute on Sustainable Animal Productivity, Livelihood, Nutrition, and Gender Inclusion. That is SPOLING. She holds a PhD. I was about to say she is permanently damaged in the head, but that's a different platform. She does have a doctorate of philosophy in agriculture economics from the University of Kiel in Germany. She does have 15 years of postdoctoral experience working on dairy, piggery, poultry, value chains, research, and innovation in sub-Saharan Africa. What all this says is that A, she's a very important woman, and B, is that she's very knowledgeable, and she is here not on sympathy, but on the basis of the head she carries. Next is Prof. Mjalija Samuel, or Samuel, depending on who taught you English. He studied veterinary medicine for his undergraduate and graduate degrees at Makerere University and for his doctorate at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. At Makerere University, he progressed from being a teaching assistant to the associate professor, offering institutional leadership as the deputy principal of the College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity, and mentoring more than 40 graduate students along the way. He has coordinated academic programs in addition to teaching in the US, UK, and Ugandan universities. There's a lot here to say that is just not very well knowledgeable, but he's been on several planes on the basis of his head. You see, there are people who travel and other people pay because they have good heads. He's representing Narrow. I lived in Namulonge, house number 2, for 3 years, and I can tell you that is the reason I'm here. When you live around intelligent people, some of it catches you. I'll tell you a story of how I came in and left on another day. The chairs are done, but we should have space for one more. Dennis Mulongo Maholo. Is there still space somewhere here for a chair? There's one down. No, you said. The lady stood up to try and test whether Dennis is a gentleman. Dennis is a distinguished figure in the field of animal nutrition and range ecosystem management and brings over 2 decades of experience and expertise and leadership to his current role as Acting Assistant Commissioner at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in Uganda. He was born on March 21st, 1973. In Uganda, Maholo's educational journey laid a solid foundation for his career. He earned a bachelor's degree in agriculture with a specialization in animal science from Makerere University. Later, he pursued advanced degrees including master's in livestock development planning and management and an MBA in management at Makerere University and Nkumba University. It means he's my OB. OB, it's good to see you. OB Nkumba. Yes. You see, when you didn't study much, it becomes important to you to refer to yourself on the basis of those you studied with that went up. Then what happened to you? I'll begin with Dr. Emily. The question I'd like to put to you is a question regarding data and statistics and their usage in various institutions of government and non-government institutions, research and academia and others. Now that we have fed on this data, how is that data and statistical analysis put to good use?
Thank you so much, Sai, and thank you, everybody. I think I'll still ride on the previous protocol that was observed earlier. So I come from the International Livestock Research Institute. So I'll say a little bit how this data is quite useful to us. And we've really been waiting for the 2021 livestock census results for a long time, since 2011, when we established the office here in Uganda. We've been relying a lot on the 2008 livestock census results. So it's really good that now we have more up-to-date data that we can use. So how do we put it to use? So this data and the statistics that I've seen today is useful for us, particularly in targeting specific locations for specific research for development efforts that target specific livestock types or livestock species. Since 2012, we've been working a lot on the pig value chains here in Uganda. And the first step was to see where the pigs are. So the data there tells us where the pigs are. So we target locations where we have the high numbers and areas where there are opportunities for poor development. I'll just give a short reflection. In 2012, when we came here and started the pig value chain work, we had a stakeholder workshop. We had people from different regions of Uganda, and we wanted to agree on the specific regions and districts where we need to focus. And we presented the spatial distribution of pigs in the country, including the pig population density. And it was clear that the central region and western region had the highest number of pigs. So we said, okay, from what we see, we really need to be working on in central region and in western region. But then we had participants from northern region, particularly Lango and Langi sub-regions. And somebody put up his hands and said, no, 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 no. That cannot be true. When the census was done, there was some insecurity in the area, so we did not see the officers. So like, okay, but we have UBOS in the room to tell us what really happened. But luckily, to save the day, we were not only looking at the livestock the pig population numbers, we were also looking at poverty levels. So we ended up having some of the districts from northern region. So that just to say how sensitive and how important this data is in guiding the plans where we should work. But not only that, I like that we are also showing it by gender. Though UBOS, thank you so much for what you've presented. I would have loved to see, like for each livestock species, how many women, how many men are controlling or are in charge of what. Because for a long time we say livestock is a source of women empowerment. But we also know that they are mainly in control of the smaller livestock, the poultry, the pigs. Maybe not the cattle or the small ruminants in some cases. So this kind of information becomes very useful to us to know which specific livestock species we should be targeting for purposes of women empowerment. Thirdly, and then I'll stop there, is that it helps us to, the figures that we see here helps us to target specific interventions depending on the livestock species. It was interesting to see the number of cattle population, though of course not broken down by dairy, beef, or dual purpose, which is also more useful. But it then helps to tell us what kind of breeds that we have, which I think we saw there. And the results show that most of our people are still rearing indigenous breeds of cattle, particularly. Whether we like it or not, livestock contributes to the negative impacts on the environment, and particularly the ruminants. So I was in the UN Environment Assembly 1 month ago, and the talk now is let us substitute animal source foods with other alternatives, because ruminants, particularly cattle, is bad. So of course, coming from a low and middle income country, you know, Uganda is there, like, no, it's not possible, because livestock play more than a role of food security. There are people who rely on it for insurance, etc., etc. But the message is clear. We need to be investing in more efficient, more productive types of livestock. So a shift away from the more indigenous to the more exotic and productive ones. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you, Bunch. And Dennis, we'll come back to that issue of livestock and climate change and so on and so forth in a bit. And I'm glad you're bringing that up. But let me have Prof also respond to the use of data and statistics now that we have just had that. I mean, profs are supposed to prophesy.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that we've got figures which are more accurate this time. At this time, one thing we know is the population of animals is increasing in the country. To me, that is very important. That animals are not a big risk. There is a population increase. Number two, we are still subsistence farming. Much as we are developing economy, we are still doing things in a still more traditional way than technology. That means our production is still very low. When you look at our animals, the population is very big, but the amount of milk produced is very small compared. Actually, what we are missing is to know what is the milk production per cow in Uganda, and exotic and indigenous, because to me it is a very small amount of milk they're producing. The other thing which is good but missing for me, we have said the amount of milk we have, but how about amount of meat? How much meat are we producing as a country? How much eggs do we produce? So those are elements which are missing for me, but which are good. I looked at the other thing, water. Animals also have water stress. Shockingly, the highest amount of water a cow is taking is 8 on average liters. That is very small. A cow should take 20 liters of water per day. A pig should take 10 liters of water per day. That means our animals have less water. So we need to have a policy for increasing on water provision for animals. And also, the feed. We are still tethering our animals, scavenging and depending on nature, with a very small percentage growing pastures at this moment. Now, if we are going to transform our country and our production, we must invest in improving people who are accessing pastures for our animals. So in a nutshell, this data is very good for both research and policy, and shows that there's a lot of work we can do to improve livestock. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Doc, let me come to you. We do have an agro-industrialization agenda that you are very aware of. How will the data that we've just received support that agenda, if it does?
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have not been here before. Thank you very much for that question. And I want to take the opportunity to thank UBOS for bringing out this long-awaited data. And fortunately, it has shown that there is growth in all the sectors of the livestock industry. All the livestock numbers have increased. And therefore, UBOS has also located this data, so we know where these animals are located. We have an agro-industrialization program that, as the statement goes, agriculture and industrialization. What UBOS has done has given us the raw material for agro-industrialization and located it where it is. Therefore, the subsequent thing is industrialization, and that is, if you look at milk processing. Processing milk into liquid that can last longer, powder that can be used for many, many months, basically increasing the shelf life of milk. So the industrialization aspect can now be located where exactly the livestock is, where the element that you want to do agro-industrialization is. It will attract people to know that there is probably like sufficient eggs which I can use for processing cakes and all that. So it is an element where we pick what is being produced from the agricultural sector, process it to add value, to increase its shelf life, to increase its marketability, to increase its attraction, to enable it to be traded within where it's produced, away from where it's produced, like to other districts. For instance, to other districts will help us. The milk can be taken from one area where there is not enough milk or where there is not enough chicken, but there is sufficient time and shelf life to take it to another part of the country. A lot of people look at Uganda and it's really a food basket, but you'll find that Ugandans in one corner are starving just because milk is being poured from one direction and it cannot reach in another direction where milk should have been utilized. So even distribution within the country of agricultural or livestock products, shelf life should be increased. So this is the agro-industrialization aspect. Trading with the international community, like powder milk can be bought, meat that is processed into special carts and so on can be traded into the international. We can, now people can get attracted to our country if they know. There are those that take live animals, so they know where exactly these live animals are. So basically, agro-industrialization is picking the raw product of agriculture and utilize it to increase its value, its shelf life, its attraction for its marketability and its palatability and everything that goes there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. John, with your panoramic view from where you see it, do you also agree with Doc that using this data, or that the data will support that agenda that we have of agro-industrialization as a country?
Thank you very much, Samson. Maybe before I get to that, I come from the World Bank, and definitely I want to just say something about usage. Madame Malaziki knows I've been pushing so much for this data. We are running, we're actually producing a report on climate change and development report with the Ministry of Finance, the climate team, and we really needed this livestock specifically because of the importance of greenhouse emissions and being able to model that and predict that. And I think I would really be interested in having this as fast as we can. And then two, as part of the agro-industrialization program, the World Bank, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, have a project on climate smart agriculture project. Part of it is really to promote agro-industrialization. What do I get from this report is the indicators to actually be able to track the performance of agro-industrialization. If you look at the statistics, improving pasture, these are all critical aspects that need to be measured as we move on with the agro-industrialization agenda. The thing I want also to say about agro-industrialization, for those who can read, there's a paper in Journal of Law and Economics called The Nature of the Farm with the FA. And you realize that it says, first of all, for agriculture in Uganda, the first problem for agriculture in Uganda is that we have remained in small family farms, and we are failing to move from small-scale farms to factory-like farms. And for us to go there, we need, and we can only reach there through, one, investment in livestock, two, plantation agriculture. That is plantation crops. Those are key for agro-industrialization. Anything else is a contribution, like the soybean, the maize, all these are feeds to the livestock sector. You're creating a market. We have done a lot investing. If you look at our figures now, we have done a lot and we have stayed in depending on seasonal crops. And that's where the problem is. We are actually having problems because we are only relying on seasonal crops most of the time. We are not investing in livestock. But we are seeing progress, and I think, for me, in terms of agro-industrialization, investing in livestock is critical. We know areas where to invest in. We know what to improve. We are beginning to see from this data, and we're able to measure where we're heading with this data and say, look, we are either agro-industrializing or we are not. And that is one thing I take from this, and I think that's something you can pick up very, very nicely. And in terms of which livestock, in this same paper, you realize that poultry, dairy, those are core. That's the beginning, the takeoff for agro-industrialization. And then we will have beef. But what I see here is from the data as well, the potential is still in poultry, is in piggery, is in dairy, is in beef, but you're not developing it. So with the increase in numbers, what also tells for agricultural programs that we need to really focus on processing and value addition, and we need to create those products. And I think for me, that's what I take this. And there's a lot we can learn from agriculture in this particular census, and I think we should continue looking at this data.
John, let me come to you. Livestock in Uganda is among the major contributors to climate change, but as well, it is also affected by the impacts of climate change. So it contributes, then gets affected by its contribution, if you may. So now that the data is here, the question I'd like to put to you is, how can this data be used as a tool to support our national livestock strategy, if you may, towards a green growth path for the sector?
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Maybe I'll try to look at the perspective. You know, livestock has been blamed, but in the climate change debate,
you believe unfairly?
No, yes, unfairly.
Okay.
And I'm going to explain.
I like people who bring some controversy to a conversation.
In the climate change debate, there are two blocks. There's the North and the South. Now, the South has Africa predominantly. We have Asia and then South America. Now, the South missed out in the Green Revolution. That's the starting point. So as a result, we are not emitting as much as our colleagues who graduated the Green Revolution earlier than us. But at the same time, we cannot deny the fact that because we missed out in the Green Revolution, we cannot move at the same pace like our colleagues who participate in the Green Revolution, because we have of the current challenges that we have. For instance, for Uganda, at the moment, we haven't met the food and nutrition targets under the Malabo Declaration. Neither is any African country. What that one means, if you narrow down to Uganda figures, if you looked at the statistics of the Food and Nutrition Survey that was, I think, published last year, you realize it's only Ankole where the anemia indicators are below 40%. It's around 33, I think. Then it's followed by Teso, and then Bukedi and Lango, which are closer to 50. The rest, it is 55 going up. Now, what that one means, if you look at the foods that we can produce as a country, it's only animal source foods which you are sure can reverse the anemia challenge and other nutritional challenge faster than any food. And I think my colleagues here who are learned and educated in the sector can provide that evidence. So in the recent discussions we have had at the global level, we have agreed that for the South-South blocks, we now start talking about emission intensities. And that one, if you translate it in our language, is enhancing productivity per unit of effort put in, either in terms of money, or in terms of force, or in terms of the energy supply and so forth. So the strategies that we are looking at the moment are mainly those strategies that enhance productivity along the value chain. And also trying to make sure that the efficiency of production, the efficiency of distribution, the efficiency of trade of these products, so that we have access to these products, is much, much higher for us, so that we reduce the costs in terms of the value that we have spent on each product that we're producing in order to address the climate change, in order to reduce the climate change impacts. So
now that you raise those levels of efficiency, yes, do these numbers show them? Do they show that we are getting there? Do they show that we are getting out of there? Or do they show that there is hope? Or do they show hopelessness?
No, actually, when the efficiency increases, the numbers of livestock required to produce per unit food that we require will reduce automatically. So under the South-South debate, we are now saying that probably 20 or 30 or 50 years from now, if we increase the efficiency, we are going to reach a point where we have a balance between what we require and what the people can produce. And as a result, the numbers will automatically go down, like our colleagues in the Green Revolution, they are benefiting at the moment.
Do the numbers show that we are getting there?
No, the numbers may not show that.
The ones we've just heard.
The numbers show how. If you look at all the livestock that have been presented, it means that we're having more animals surviving over time. What that one means is that if I had my cattle and it died after a year or 2 years, I have emitted, but it has not been able to give me anything. So if I can leave it longer for 5, for 7 years, and still producing, when you quantify what it has produced over that period of time, vis-a-vis the past where the animals were dying much earlier, it means that actually we are paying off what we are emitting, which is the balance that we are now looking for at the moment. So from the statistics that have been indicated, actually I was very amazed and very happy that when you look on the side of mitigation, we have improved the way we are managing our animals.
Okay.
So the animal can survive to still produce for our farm. It is not, it's still, we haven't reached the levels that we want, but at least we are moving positively there. Then when it comes to adaptation, if you looked at the figures, I was looking now at the 2008, if you looked at Ankole, all the parameters that show that Ankole is progressing are now positive compared to 2008. And if you look at the food and nutritional survey results of last year, actually it is answering that actually the adaptation for the Ankole region is now improving. And that's a positive that we can ride to develop policies that can emulate that development that we are experiencing in the Ankole region.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is your reference to Ankole from the very fact that that's where most milk comes from and ignoring Karamoja where most cows are?
Yes.
Okay.
The Karamoja area actually, when it comes to the impact of climate change.
Okay.
One, the belt itself is a belt that is vulnerable to desertification. And because they have massive animals that are coming from the neighboring areas, the vegetation ability to provide enough energy, enough protein, is being deprived over time. And that's the reason why we're having the challenges we're having. Thank you.
Yes. As the report was being read and I saw that there is quite a number of cows in the Karamoja region, I was asking how many of those are ours and how many have we borrowed that are going to be taken back. But they counted them there. That's for a very different day. Dr. Uma, let me come back to you. Do these statistics adequately respond to the current needs of the livestock sector in terms of policy formulation and decision making?
Thank you. I would say yes, partly. So
partly in like 10% or 80%?
We get the numbers.
Okay.
We get the numbers here.
Okay.
But remember, we also have the other surveys, the annual agricultural survey. We have the livestock sector module there that will give us some of the numbers or some of the figures that we need, particularly the productivity parameters, the costs. We're able to see the margins. So I think if we take it in totality, not just looking at what we've seen in isolation, but combining it with the other ongoing efforts, the data that's still coming in from UBOS, then that's very useful to inform policy. But one thing I wanted to note is that the focus is very much on farm level. So I would say at farm level, we seem to have the information that we need to inform policy. However, when we are talking about transformation of the agri-food systems through livestock, we need more than just that. We need what's happening along the mid-segment of the value chain. Who are the players? I know we talk a lot about youth employment, but we will not see that at the production node. We will see that post-production node. So that kind of data we seem not to really have to tell the whole story about the agri-food sector.
Thank you. John, I come to this as a layman, and I hear that there was a survey done in 2008 and maybe 2011, and then this one. So I am asking, in between, what figures are used? Are they accurate? How do you arrive at decision making and policy formulation in the in-between period? Because we've had now this one released. I think the next one, did I hear 2031 or something like that? So how do you manage the interim in decision making, or how should that be done best?
Thank you, Samson. I think, first of all, I think with this particular report, compared to 2008, 2009, I think there's a very great improvement, even in terms of the indicators reported. And I think for me, that's the very good thing. And I'm lucky that I've been with UBOS for some time, so I see the progress. And even if you look at also in this particular census and what say was released for 2018, 2019, I think I see progress, and I think we are moving forward on the right direction in terms of improving the livestock statistics. Of course, one thing that I just need to say is that there are some methodological things that we need to look into, but I think UBOS also has a methodological unit, which I think the ED and management, I thought maybe if the minister was here, she has been playing a good role in really advocating for the ministry. They should really do more, also allocate some more resources to do more methodological work around this. And I'll just hit some specific things. I think numbers, my friend Omar said, and I think in terms of coverage, there's a lot of people who are asking questions, and I think this is something that we have to continue to keep improving depending on the approaches that we actually adopt in terms of improving on the numbers. One other key thing that's critical, I saw some statistics on paravets, private vets. In Uganda, I know I spent my time doing a PhD in animal health economics, and I know that we don't have private sector in the veterinary sector in Uganda. We have paravets, but most of these paravets as well are either coming from accounting and they are going to do a course somewhere, or they've done something. There is a bit of gap there, and the market and environment is not really fit for, is not conducive for the private vets, what we call private vets. And I think maybe we need to improve that in terms of reporting that. I think that's a key thing. And then exotic, I think is another question. We use exotic, but I don't think we have pure exotic. The percentage will be pretty much smaller, but we have more crosses, and there are more crosses going on. But there's more work there in terms of methods in genetic development analysis, because you see some of the crosses, if I go to Ankole now, or even in my village, I have a cross of Ankole, Frisian, Boran, and maybe one cow has all these genes, and the performance becomes an issue, but part of it is not for UBOS. Much of it is also for MAIF to take. And then the other key question that is coming for discussion, Karamoja, number of households. It's a typical thing that you're going to be checked here. Number of households keeping livestock. And everybody has been knowing we have so many people keeping livestock in Karamoja, but that household size, number of households actually what? It looks smaller, and those are some key things that to look into. But I know in Karamoja today you're rich, tomorrow you're poor. Because in the evening they have taken the cows, then you remain without animals. That is happening, but also the poverty and the diseases have really affected that, so you expect a lot of things there. And I think, I don't question the number of households having livestock in Karamoja. But you see that the population is high because there are a few guys who have that. But the other definition, which probably the team needs to look into, and it comes as a question, what is a household in Karamoja? Like that's, and my colleagues from Karamoja will bring that question, because recently NPA developed a plan for Karamoja, and they have this thing of array and Aui and everything. So that will be a question that everybody will be asking. What do you call household? Is it I think that is a question that I'll leave to my colleagues.
One of the friends said a manyata.
A manyata, that's array, like where you get that one. The other one thing that I also needed to mention is disease data. Disease data is critical. Madame Demon probably will highlight that better. But most of the interventions are going there, but it links to vaccine. Very few farmers are able to identify disease, but they are also self-treating, and I'm very sure my senior colleagues who are here sometimes, all of them have animals, but they tend to treat animals themselves because they think they know. And then there's wrong diagnosis there going on, and those are implications that I leave to the vets. But the key thing is that we need to improve and try to test more methods on how we can actually clean up the quality of data around disease, around vaccine. And recently, having worked with UBOS for long, I'm seeing something strange again. Farmers are failing to differentiate between vaccination and treatment. When you say, have you vaccinated, they're likely to say, yes, because they treated, but it's probably not a vaccination. So that is something that we probably need to look at. But I think for me, in terms of what's coming, is going to be critical. I was discussing with my colleague lastly on subsistence, and we're asking pigs. We need to look at what's the definition of subsistence for and commercial. And the question she was raising is really that everybody who keeps a pig wants to sell it. I don't think they want to keep a pig to eat at home. So that's something that is for us to discuss and see what we need to get from this. But lastly, Samson, if I don't come back, I want to say this: for agro-industrialization, I told you that we need livestock and we need what? Plantation farming. I'm looking forward to see, first we are missing fish, and therefore either we need a census of fish or we need a survey for fish. Two, there's something about agroforestry. Everybody's going there. All of us, the bank, development partners, climate change, everybody is going for agroforestry. And plantation crops is a big deal. The question is, what is UBOS plan about these two areas that are actually critical for agro-industrialization? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe in power sharing. When I have power, I want to hand it over and hand it over peacefully. So the power to ask questions, I want to hand over. Cognizant of the fact that it is 1:37, how many people need to ask physically? Because some of you can ask online. Sorry? Questions and comments. Yeah, there is no way I cannot allow you not to comment. Yes. So does somebody have a roving mic, or is there a roving mic? Yeah, please bring a mic and so you can contribute to the success of the organization. Yes. Yes. There's a gentleman here. Mr. Wellington Basong is over there. He wants to ask. And when he is done, you give it to the most honorable Cassiano Ouadri.
Yeah, mine is rather a comment, and just to see how we can improve on these statistics. You know, Uganda is driving a very robust industrialization process. So when we have statistics like this, they should provide us with a lot of information. I know it's a very, very difficult task, but if we look at the different enterprises that this industrialization process seeks to drive, I think if we take cattle, for instance, there's need for an exhaustive breakdown there. If we know that Uganda has 14.5 million cattle, it doesn't give enough information for investors. I know one key limiting thing in the cattle industry, be it beef or dairy, is the number of heifers. The heifers are like the raw materials. They are like the seeds which someone uses to do a cattle industry, be it dairy or beef. So if we can have this kind of statistics on number of heifers, it will be useful. On the meat side, for instance, you know, industrialization means refinement. There's a lot of innovation that comes in. We cannot, if you want to produce beef, for instance, what is beef? We need to define what beef is. As of today, Ugandans, like most other Africans, just still consider any animal that is slaughtered as beef. It's not. Beef must conform to a certain criteria. Mostly if you have to export it, there should be products coming from a given age bracket of animals. Maybe young bulls that are 3 to 4 years old, or it depends on what the country defines or what the external market needs. So we would like to see this kind of statistics coming up, because that is what will inform on what innovation techniques we can employ. For instance, if we want to beef up the number of tons of meat conforming to a certain criteria out of the country, you'll be talking of the young bulls. Cows don't go for beef. It's like waste. Let's say an animal has reproduced for 11, 12 years. Now it's slaughtered. It's not looked upon strictly from an industrial perspective as meat. It's like a byproduct. The product is the male animal, the young bull that is supposed to be slaughtered. So how can we exploit innovation to pump or to push ahead the number of young bulls that we are producing? Or how can we use innovation? There are sexing technologies today which the industrialization process has to capture. How can we use these technologies to push the number of heifers that we need so that new investors can exploit to open up new farms and things like that? So it will be a good thing if we improve on this subsequently. I want to thank everyone for these very good statistics already. If you look at it from other countries, it's already an improvement, but we think we can go much further. Thanks.
Thank you. The Honorable Wadri, your comment and question, and you are the last. Anybody who hasn't asked by now is just making up their mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director of Ceremonies. First of all, I wish the political leaders were here, but nevertheless, the technocrats who are responsible for preparing the programs in the kitchen and bringing it to the politicians are around. And I will want to, first of all, thank the presenters of the results of the census that they have presented to us. And I want to find out and get to understand the relevance of these constant censuses that we undertake as a country. And more importantly, there is a comment from the commissioner talking about the need for us to look at productivity, increasing it by moving away from our indigenous livestock to the exotic or the improved, so that we can be able to get much more out of them. In all the presentations that have been made here, one thing which struck me was the fact that although the greater northern part of this country has a large number of livestock ranging from Karamoja up to West Nile, but in terms of productivity, they are one of the least. And this, to me, is seen through various factors. One, look at the climate in the northern part of this country. The northern part of this country has the longest drought period, which therefore is very unconducive to the exotic animals that we are talking about, which give more milk and which are more productive in terms of bringing us income. But yet we have a ministry that is responsible for planning purposes to find out how mitigative programs can be made or designed so that the North can come out of this problem. We can imagine, even to make things more productive, you must look at the market factors. You must look at the means to access the markets. You must look at the factors of production. The North, I can ably tell you, is one of the areas of this country that is lagging behind in terms of infrastructure development. Electricity, which you will require to add value to your livestock, is lacking in the many parts of northern Uganda. I can say this ably for West Nile. Actually, West Nile, I don't know whether because we became part of Uganda in 1914, that we have to lag behind in all these things, and yet politically we are part of this country. So, if these infrastructural developments, the roads, the water systems, electricity are not there, are not being planned for and being provided, how else are you going to expect a Karamojong, a Logbara, and a Alur, and a Acholi to be able to add value to these things? I remember when I was young in the 70s, we used to have compulsory routine vaccination programs for livestock. I used to look after cows, and they will tell us, today you're not taking out the cows must be driven to a particular place where they are going to be vaccinated. And today, as we talk, such kind of services are no longer there. That is the reason even when you were making your presentation out about the outcome of the findings, private veterinary services which is now the norm in the greater parts of this country, is something which is lacking in northern Uganda because the people cannot afford. Even the vaccines are not there. Time and again, we find there are times when even the supplementaries are voted for. My brother, the Honorable, is there. I remember one time, within a blink of the eye, we had to approve a supplementary when there was an outbreak of foot and mouth disease in one of the parts of this country. Within an hour, the whole motion was through, and the money was released. But what is it that cannot help the country? Also taking such measures to make sure that when there is anything in other parts of the country, quick, swift response is also provided. Where is this former communal vaccination program? On top of that, there is the issue of improving.
As the speaker, and you know the rules of the House, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much.
To make your conclusion.
Thank you very much, Samson.
I beg to submit.
Lastly, in order to improve the productivity of the animals, I think artificial insemination will be one of the most pronounced services that we will need in order to uplift the milk yield of the poor cows from Karamoja and northern Uganda. But these facilities are not there. So, can you, the technocrats, who are in the kitchen, who prepare this food and bring it to the politicians for endorsement, take care of those sort of issues so that, we can really mean that when we are encouraging people to go into wealthy creation, the facilities are enabling. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Wadri, did you say that in the 1970s, when you were young?
Yes.
That's when I was born. I thought we were age mates.
By the time you were born, I don't know which part of the 1970s, at least during Amil's regime, I was in existence.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you, Banj. Lastly, then I'll let you know something else that is important. Is that going to be very brief?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Prof.
Samson, whom I admire watching every day at the 9 o'clock news.
Thank you.
I am Pereza Ahabwe. I recently got my doctorate. When I say Dr. Pereza Ahabwe, I may cheat those who got much earlier than myself, but mine was just in March. In March this year.
They're all doctorates.
And I'm a former member of parliament. I was with my brother Kasian Wadri, and the former Minister of State for Local Government, and I think the first ever chairman of Uganda Airlines, who left unceremoniously. For reasons I'm not going into now. I have 3 observations. The first one, it's about the measurement. The figures we use. When we look at livestock in absolute numbers, and we compare 2021 and 2008, I doubt whether we are realistic if we don't consider the populations at that time, the number of households, or the absolute numbers of people at that time. I would rather we use maybe livestock per capita, and then we shall able to compare whether we are moving in the right direction positively, increasing, on our livestock performance in the country, rather than absolute numbers. That's one of the observations. The second one, I tend to see a correlation between the size and type of land in an area or location and the type of livestock that we are looking at. When you look at the exotic breeds,
we tend to associate them with Western Uganda. When we talk of indigenous...
Upon us, the development partners, NPA, and all these EPRCs, the Makereres, to really get, I think UBOS to provide this data so that we go into the correlations. Because when I was looking at these presentations, I see a lot of correlations between land size and type of livestock reared. You'd see a lot of things in land size and pasture, changes in the farming systems and pasture systems. Like I really liked that, and there's a lot I would see, and I was telling myself, I wish I had all the time to get people to begin looking at different topics to really make sense of this. And I think that's what's going to be there. We need to do some work on that.
When you speak to, I wish I had the time,
yes.
my mind says, can't World Bank fund for that time? But it's just Samson being Samson. Never mind.
I mean, definitely it's something like the studies. So even if you have to do, you can't. There's not enough resources to do everything. Huh?
Okay.
Yes. And then the other key thing that I pick from this is, which touched me most, is the private thing.
Mm.
I think it is good that the private sector is growing. We should rely on government role is really focused on regulation and making sure securing quality. But for sustainability to happen, we need private sector to take shape in this country. And therefore, we need to invest to make systems or private sector systems work. So the only problem I have with the 60% is that who are the 60%? Otherwise, the burden on government, even with the population increase, with the number of, by the way, from 2013, the statistics we have is that many people have gone to farming. And COVID even helped, everybody is running to farming. And there's a problem even of labor now to get people to help people in the farming system. So, but a government can't do that. It will be a heavy burden to government. What the government needs to do is make sure that there's a private system, private sector is happening. And I guess Uganda Veterinary Board and all Veterinary Association, these are the guys we need to support to have in the private sector and have very good delivery mechanisms that help to trigger and create smart private interventions. I think this is something that I want to emphasize. I think it's good to have this. It means farmers are willing to pay, and you can't wait when your animal is sick. Just like we can't wait. That's why we have also private clinics in human health. I can't wait to lie in Mulago when my person is dying, and if I can afford, I go. That's the key thing, and that's sustainable, and that's what we need to have, and that's what needs to happen in agriculture.
But see, John, where we're coming from,
yes.
We're coming from UPE, USE, and government doing many things for us. But I also understand where you're coming from,
yes.
That if my memory serves me right, the World Bank has never believed in government doing business.
No.
Generally.
No. Government has its role to do. That's very clear. And giving them to do everything and blame them for everything, I think that will be tricky for us. Because then when we increase taxes, we begin crying about taxes. So we really have to be careful what government should do and what government may not do.
But the question I was asking that probably maybe I didn't ask is, do you understand where we come from when we say we find it strange that 60% of extension services is the private sector, where you find it like, that's a good thing. Some are like, where is government?
Why is government appropriating money every other budget year for extension service, operation, creation, what about to have too much money going there to support that kind of intervention?
And yet it's not reflected.
And the answer is simple.
Yes.
Look at the 60%. Who are they? What is the quality they are giving to the farmer? Because government system is disabled to actually facilitate that regulation, that create a very good conducive environment for the private sector, for the quality to be improved. Because now there is what we call the lemon market. That's happening in animal health. There's a lemon market. Now we get people who don't know what they're supposed to do the job when they are. How many vets finish? If I don't know who's from vet here, they finish school and they don't want to go back to work in the field, and they have gone to do something else.
Okay. So what we will do is, John and yourself, we will organize you on the same lunch table. Dr. Okrut.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. I'd like us to first look at graph page 18. It gives us the numbers of cattle.
Okay.
By sub-region.
Page 18 in here.
No, the presentation.
Oh, the presentation.
Presentation.
Okay.
So, for me, I think the 2.4 million livestock or cattle in Karamoja is not by accident. Government has really put in a lot of water systems, dams. There is a lot of work which has been done in Karamoja, and I think this is a result of this provision of water and resettling the people. Also, if you look at graph number, page number 66, that graph is telling us that there is more commercial farming than, commercial farming has actually increased. And this is what I was saying, that we have moved to commercial farming more, but it's more of selling my cattle. It's not yet much of processing the outcome of what I get from my cattle. There is still a lot required to process milk, to process meat. I will now go into the specific questions that came and concerns that came out of the audience, which I thank them for. I agree with Willington that we really need to stratify our data in age group, because each age has a usefulness. And also at sex, you find that you can build an abattoir in an area which is a milk producing. Then you look at the numbers. Then finally, when you look for the bulls to slaughter, they are actually not there. So some of this data helps us in when we want to invest. The data also of where the cattle are. For instance, government is planning to establish abattoirs. Now I can tell you that an abattoir can be established in Karamoja and in Ankole, so that we slaughter these animals at source and don't bring all that goes along with them to the city. And we can bring this meat in refrigerated trucks into the city for consumption. So you find that a lot of animal welfare issues will be dealt with. A lot of issues of bringing a lot of chaff into the city will be dealt away with, and so on. So this type of data will help guide government on investment of that nature. The exotic animals, we need to also to realize that we need to work together with the issues which Mr. Mahoro was bringing up on pasture improvement. Because bringing a lot of exotic animals to the north, and of course you've also talked about the vulnerability to the dry season, the long dry season. We need to plan and make sure that the exotic animals are brought together with the aspects of pasture and also aspects of water. And that should be things that government will use for mitigation.
That's it? Was that in conclusion?
Not yet. I'm just answering some questions. Compulsory vaccination, indeed they are done, and maybe somebody said the population growth and so on, but vaccinations are done by government for some diseases, not for all, and where they are needed. No. And also artificial insemination is done at, yes. Basically for me, that is what I would like to respond to, but thank you very much for the highlights and questions. Thank you.
Sometimes when the government is supposed to pay you, they use the phrase subject to availability of funds. I think the vaccination is also subject to availability. Doctor.
Great, thank you so much. So just two things. So one is the great observation by Honorable there, that there are other factors, enabling environment factors, electricity, roads, etc., that are critical. So I would say that most of the people sitting in the room could be technocrats. So things to do with technologies, innovations, that's their role. But then that cannot fly, as you observe, without the enabling environment. So what does that mean? We all have a role to play for to bring about transformation, all these beautiful things that we have in the agro-industrialization program. So the politicians have a very key role to play to advocate for development in the areas. Number 2 is this issue about exotic breeds. So a simple message, of course, if you bring an exotic animal to someone who cannot manage it, it's worse than the typical local breed that he or she owns. So it means even though we are talking about improving the breeds, it comes as a package, improved management practices, and some of the things that Dr. Demun has talked about, pasture establishment, etc., etc. It cannot be taken alone as improved breeds. It has to come as a total package. Thank you.
Doctor, maybe finally on that, do you think all this can happen without security?
I guess you're talking about
an enabling environment. Point made.
And that's why we say we all have a role to play.
Absolutely. Now you know what the government focuses on. Prof?
Thank you very much. I want to agree with most of the comments, but I just have 2 small submissions. One, I think it is imperative in future to look at livestock as an economic unit instead of numbers grossly. Because what are we having? Is it numbers? What is the numbers? What is the value of this livestock in this country? That will push us from just having numbers on animals, but their value. And this could cause people to move away from moving towards now using exotic animals, improved animals. And I think that's where to go. Number 2, to me this data is helping government and us to see how prepared are we to improve livestock. There are 3 major aspects. The health of the animals must be given and guaranteed across the country. The feeding as a resource and nutrition should be improved, and the breeding. These 3 aspects are the key to productivity of livestock and for future development of this livestock sector. So as we look at numbers, this should be behind the driving forces which you must put and invest in. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I also agree with all the comments, but I just want to make just one simple request. I am blessed to have participated in 2008 census, and in this one, though at different levels. And at that time, some of the inconsistencies we are seeing here, we are observing in the comments, are arising from us not having the complementary studies to qualify the census data. So it's my humble request to the development partners, as well as government, let us invest in the other studies that support the census reports. Specifically, let us start with the crop census, because it's also long overdue, so that we are able to qualify on some of the strategies we have to do to improve productivity and also reduce the impacts of climate on livestock subsector. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to ask all of us, kindly request all of us, put your phone in your right hand, if you can. Just put up your phone in your right hand and put it in picture mode. Open your camera. Just open your camera. Fantastic. Now get this piece of paper. Get this piece of paper where it is and do that. Just do that. You'll see what will happen. And then when it says scan, go ahead and do the needful, and then let's fill in that survey. Let's do that, all of us, right away. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to find out how technology runs. I'm told that's how some people do it when they are dealing with omusoro gw'okameza. Absolutely. Be sure that you don't leave without feeling that form is what I meant. And I guess, Edie, we went through the concluding remarks already, didn't we? and then the official launch. Now we are left with the closure. And we will allow you one statement as the forms are filled. But as they were speaking, one of the things I asked is then, what data was based on when they were building an abattoir in Kampala? Then number two, what data was based on as an investor was building an abattoir? Is it after Woblenzi or close to Woblenzi? Woblenzi. What data was being used? Those are questions that we'll not ask. But being in the media, I have now understood that if you ask government what it has done, it will ask you whether you can do what you're trying to do in Somalia. And the answer usually is no. But it's good to see people who worked for Uganda Airlines. I also used to see people coming out of my home going to fly Uganda Airlines in days. The young people here may not know that when you worked for Uganda Airlines, when people were flying Uganda Airlines, the entire village came over to their house to see them off, and also came over to welcome them and to hear tales of lands yonder. But it's good to know that God has kept you alive. Now, when NBS fires me, I have seen what to do. I'll also go and start a PhD to keep myself very busy. Edie, come and see us off. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for an MC who has done a very good job.
I think MC, you deserve much better clap. You have done a good job. On behalf of management and staff, and on my own behalf, we are very happy that this report has generated heated debate. And that's the reason why we should do statistics and write reports. Once you write a report and doesn't generate any heat, then you know the report is rubbish. But the report is intended to develop public debate, a lot of controversy, so that we can enhance going forward. There are some areas that have come up where we need to improve in terms of data gathering, disaggregation, and also how we deal with the inter-census data to inform day-to-day activities. And we are taking note. I saw the DED, the Deputy Executive Director, seriously taking note. We want to appreciate members who have been here since morning. We can't take your presence for granted. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Agriculture, especially the Commissioner and our staff. We dedicate these results to you to ensure that you form policy papers for the politician to make decisions as demanded by our IRDA. I want to thank my members who chose the panelists. The panelists are high class. I was thrilled by listening to them, and I said, wow, we need such caliber of panelists going forward, and the panelists you have done as played, and next time we call you, please come. Even if it is not in the area, you can dissect and discuss. We have so much information that can stress this. We have so many surveys that are in pipeline that we shall release. Elsewhere, I think the minister had closed the meeting. MC, are you having lunch? Are you giving us lunch, or we just go home?
We we are in the process, and we will inform you after the returning officers have worked on that. But there are all of you on the tables where you are, there are pens that look like this. They are paid for, please carry them. You may donate them to the children you find returning from school. It is just good and kind. A member of my staff, in fact my deputy who is dealing with matters lunch, do we have lunch, and does it include some livestock that were slaughtered? That's very important because we believe in protein, all right?
Thank you very much, MC, and for the good job well done. Let's give him a big hand clap. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate our dear Executive Director and the Census Commissioner, Dr. Chris Mukiza, for giving us this opportunity to launch the National Livestock Census 2021. A very big hand clap for the Census Commissioner. The hand clap is not enough. I can't feel it. I've only seen the Honorable Cassiano Wadri not clapping for my ED. So that is good. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to welcome and thank you for this keeping together with us until the end of this exercise. We have prepared for you a very nice lunch at the ground floor. So as you step out of this room, we shall request that the coupons are picked right at the exit point so that you can go and have your lunch. Please enjoy the meal. And I want to wish you a continued discussion over this. You know, Ida has already said that when you produce a report and does not create controversy, then it is not sensible enough. So now we can go and continue discussing and engaging over the National Livestock Census results that has just been disseminated this afternoon. Thank you very much, and I wish you happy Easter celebrations and Ramadan to come in the following week. Thank you so much.